like something you would say growing up. You know, like, man, I'm in a tree house. This is awesome. I can see trees all around me. I got a telescope. This is rad.
Boom.
Hey.
Right.
Booyaka Shan. Hey all. How you doing, Rich? All right, man. You okay?
How are you?
Not too bad.
I've got to put my lights on.
It's good to have you back, man. Oh. How's everyone in chat? Good to see you.
How many people have we got in chat? How many? Hang on a sec.
So, what's going down, folks? I hope everybody's good. It's been a while.
It has. Right, sorry about that.
There he is.
Yeah, right. So, yeah, how you been, mate?
Oh, not too bad, man. Bit worried to find out where you were. Caught up with you at last.
Yeah, I did, well, like I said, I haven't gone anywhere. I've been here. Kind of, yeah. It's scary when you realise how dependent you are on technology to maintain connection with people, and when the technology fails for whatever reason it is, you can get all conspiratorial about it and say been targeted and it's been done specifically to fuck things up, or it's just a crazy coincidence that, you know, that your main two tools, computer and a phone, both go down at the same time.
Yeah, don't make sense.
And you can't, and there's no, and you can't, there's nothing you can do. You're just like, well, and when all your passwords are all already stored, so you haven't memorized your passwords, and they're really complicated passwords that are saved, you know, on the phone and that, like not just saved in auto password update, but you know, saved in hidden notes and whatever in the phone. I don't know. You remember back in the 90s before mobile phones when we used to be able to remember? I used to be able to remember about 10 telephone numbers.
Yeah, that's right. Waiting down the call box or phoning your mates, waiting for a phone call in the house. You know, it's mental, isn't it? How things have gone in 20 years.
I can still remember. I think I can still remember the phone number we had back in the 80s. 01734 700 509.
Wow, that's
mad. That was
it?
Our phone number. Yeah.
There we are. 01527 579 302. Bloody hell!
I can remember what my number is, but I don't know what anybody else's number is. I don't know what anybody else's. All email addresses, everything is all stored on my phone.
So there's a note for everybody. Make sure you write everything down. Write everything down. Get it stored in a diary or somewhere safe.
I mean, something occurred to
reference,
me. Yeah. Right. Something occurred to me that in the event of a power cut, because at first, right, I actually thought that it was shut. It was we'd been shut down. Like for the first, I don't know. I don't know how long it was. A couple of hours. I was like, "Wow, is this it? Is this it, man?" Like big blackout, and then I found out after I don't know, a few hours. I found out now because Manuel still had internet on his phone and stuff. But I thought, you know, in that event, the only thing that's going to be of any use is going to be addresses, people's addresses. Yeah, because you'll have to go back to. Well, I mean, if there is even any post, you know, like in that situation.
The thing, pigeon. Send the pigeons.
It's crazy though.
Yeah.
Nice to see you too, Brian. Hey, Sherry. Martin, how you doing? You're right, babe. Squirrel Sniper. Good to see you guys. Yeah.
It's crazy how we rely on technology so much now, isn't it? And like we said, it's in a space of 20 years, you know, since the technology and the phones have advanced so much, and we rely on them, totally rely on it.
Mate,
how else can we communicate?
I said earlier, didn't I? In 2002, only 20 years ago, but in 2002, I remember when I was in prison and I was phoning my girl outside, and we organised the time and everything for me to phone this number, and it was a landline. It was a payphone on the corner of the street because her dad didn't, you know, her dad didn't approve. Her mum and dad didn't approve, so she'd go outside, you know, go down to. But you know, mobile phones weren't a big thing. Nobody had mobile phones back then. Because it was too expensive, man. So like you could get a cheap one, but cheap ones were exactly that. They were cheap.
The bloke, I was doing work experience with a bloke when I was doing carpentry, because that's what I wanted to be. I've told you about that. And he thought he was the bee's knees. I think he had a BMW, and he come onto site, this massive block on the floor, which was the battery charger, and like a massive phone. Like you used to see the phones in the cars, didn't you? They had phones plugged into the cars.
But they used to be called car phones.
Yeah,
they were just called car phones back then, weren't they? I remember that because my old man got one of the first ones, a Motorola, and it was like a little miniature suitcase. It was like a huge, great big battery with this. The phone would clip on the top, and it would clip into the. You could use it outside of the car. But it was meant to be plugged. When you clipped it in, it all, you know, all the microphone and everything was all sorted out for it. So it was meant to be just a car phone. And I remember my dad calling my mum from the car phone, you know, and it was like, wow, Dad's in the car, and he had an accident. He had a fucking accident, didn't he? He hit somebody up the backside, hit a lorry up the backside while he was on the phone to Mum. So
bloody hell.
Yeah, oh God, I still remember that. I remember the house we lived in and everything. But so I was only about 7 years old, man. I was about 7, so that would have been 1984. 1984.
Wow. God.
Right.
That's mental. Yeah, look how far we've come, like, with that. And it mad because I remember when I was in my apprenticeship as engineering, I actually qualified then. I moved to Wales, and it went from the big Nokia 3310. Went from that down to a small bloody thing. It was tiny, and somebody was on the phone like this to it. But it's just crazy. Then they've changed again. Then the flip phone comes out and stuff. Yeah.
Do you remember and the fucking the Matrix phone? And you could get the one it was like curved, and you could have the one where you clicked it and the bottom flicked out, the cover flicked out.
Oh God, yeah, I remember.
It was the one that they had in the Matrix. It was like the Matrix made everybody wanted it. After they saw it, everybody wanted the Matrix. It was the most fucking ridiculous, uncomfortable, impractical phone anybody could have. It was curved, like. What? How's that good for any pocket? You know?
No good.
It's ridiculous. Good. But
we've gone full circle. We've gone to touch screen, massive cameras, video calling.
2005. That was 2005, mate. I remember when the iPhone came out. It was like, wow, wow.
Yeah.
And then there were the
Yeah.
copies that were the Android copies of the iPhone, the touch screens. I got one in 2010, I think. It was an Android touchscreen, and it was just so fucking basic, man. Like it was nothing like a smartphone. It was just
Yeah.
it just had a touchscreen. It had all the same menu as a normal phone back then, before they became
What
smartphones.
year?
You know?
What year was the smartphone? What year did that come out? Because I remember doing the text and playing the games Worm on the phone without smartphone, wasn't it? Like the old Nokias and stuff.
I mean,
Playing
technically
stupid games.
the iPhone would have been the first smartphone, really. But it wasn't called a smartphone back then, and back then it was just like a pod thing, wasn't it?
iPods
An
first,
iPod.
wasn't it?
It was like an iPod, but with telephone abilities. They didn't even have that much I think you could get Facebook quite quickly on it, but like the browsing and stuff,
Oh
and being
yeah,
able to watch
there weren't
videos.
apps, was there? There weren't apps. It was just browsing first of
No,
all,
there was
wasn't
no
it?
YouTube app or
Oh
anything like
God.
that. No YouTube apps, no Twitter app. It
Wow.
was like, and Facebook was 2007, so that was already like three seasons into the iPhone. So that it was on the iPhone 3 or whatever they called it back then. And Android was desperately trying to catch up, or with their touchscreen shit.
Oh, that was it. The app took off then, didn't it? It was like, oh, there's an app for that. That's right.
Oh, the whole App Store thing, man.
Yeah, there's an app for that.
And that's it. And look at where we are now. Like where I actually I made myself ill for a couple of days because of the inability to contact my friends.
Mm.
Not being able to I could go out and talk to
Communicate.
people here, but nobody here knows anything,
No.
They're okay, yeah, life, whatever. But nobody here is
Talking about what you know and what you want to talk about.
Yeah, it's not just that, man. It's like that they're completely sucked into it all in one way or another. Maybe they don't believe in vaccines or whatever, but they're just sucked into it. They're the people that sit there and go, well, yeah, but what can we do?
That's it.
This is how it is. You just gotta go with it. You just gotta, like it or lump it.
Wrong.
There's nothing we can do. They're too powerful. They've got all the money. They've got all the guns. They've got all the bombs. And do you know what cracks me up, mate? Do you know what I found out today that I didn't fucking know until today? But now that I know, it doesn't surprise me. It's like, oh yeah, right, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. How tall is Rishi Sunak?
He's got to be a shorty, is he?
How tall is he? How tall do you think?
I haven't got a clue. Probably 5'9".
Right. Whenever I saw him on TV, honestly, I actually thought, oh, he's about 5'10", 5'11". At least 5'10", 5'11", maybe 6 foot. He looks like quite a big lad, doesn't he? Looks like quite a big lad. Well, hang on a second. Give me a second.
He's a giant.
Oh, mate, hang on.
They'll have to extend the door, number 10.
Mate, I couldn't believe it when I saw this. I thought, is this a joke? Like, seriously, hang on. Got to thank good old Carl Vernon for this.
Ah, he's awesome, and he fair play. So funny as well. Says it as it is.
Where's it gone?
He can't be tiny, can he? Surely. I'm sure I've seen a picture of him walking into number 10. But then again, you just see the background, don't you? So
Right, hang on. Yeah, and you'll notice that the camera is always shooting up
up from ground up to make him look taller. Ah, that's
with
clever.
all of them. With all
Clever.
of them, they all look like bigger men than they really are.
Like that bloody
Oh,
Zelensky, eh?
yeah, right. So, right, hang on. I've got to get this queued up. I've found a way, just for anybody who is sick of these adverts, like these 15-20-second adverts that you can't skip through. If you're on your browser and you just go back on your browser and then back forward again, skip back and then back forward again, you don't have to watch any of them.
Really?
You can
I
just,
didn't know that.
yeah, you can just cut them off straight away. So just a little tip. When you it comes up and it says 2 adverts and it's 20 seconds long and you can't skip it, you've got to sit there and watch it. Just go back on the browser and then forward again, and it cuts all the adverts out.
Bloody hell, fab. So pleased I found that out. Either that, or if you want to watch a documentary or something like that as well, get on New Pipe. Mish, one of the Goonies, she got me onto New Pipe. It's amazing.
All right.
Yeah, really good. No adverts.
Hang on. Sorry, I'm just concentrating on this a sec.
That's all right. So what do people think about the new PM then, eh?
Right, here we go. Yeah,
Did he
let's
get
just look
voted in?
at this.
Oh.
Let's look at this new PM while we're thinking about it. Hang on. God, this is such a palaver, just a bloody...
What sort of pull is he going to have on our country, eh? Holy crap. Oh my God, he's a hobbit. Huh.
He is
No
an
way.
actual hobbit. He's 5'6". 5'6". He's exactly the same size. Just a bit not like Zelensky's a little bit fatter than he is.
That is shocking.
But he's the same size as Zelensky, same size as they're all 5'6", 5'7". Boris was 5'6", 5'7". Yeah, they're all 5'6", 5'7". Can somebody please explain to me how these listen, I really don't want to put, it's really difficult, isn't it? Because I don't mean to.
No offense to anybody else who's got a height issue out there.
No, yeah, exactly. Like, absolutely no offense, right? But it's just you can imagine. I'm sure that any. Well, no, if I was 5'6", I'd be a bit pissed off at me for saying this. I'd be like, piss off, you lanky twat.
Yeah, I know.
Because I'm a lanky twat. I am, but
there are some people out there who've got small man syndrome, and they.
Yeah, and the thing is, I'm sorry for anybody for any men that have a height issue, or that feel and have an issue about their height. It's like, look, some of the fucking meanest, toughest, hardest, most vicious bastards I've met have been small. They're not, it's not that small men are not men. It's that small men like this are not men.
Yeah, but they've been portrayed to be bigger, because I didn't know that.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. But
exactly.
Again, camera angles, propaganda, the media, how they come across and show you.
And these guys, that these guys were bullied badly at school, and they've all got a chip on their shoulder about it. That's why they're all playing war, playing silly buggers. Like, basically,
got the power card now.
Writing checks that their butts can't cash, but they can get somebody else's butt to do it for them. They're the
insane.
They're cowards. They're fucking cowards. They're the biggest cowards that have ever walked the earth. Every single leader that is in power now,
How did he just get in?
Putin's only 5'7" or something.
Yeah.
Putin's not a big man. He's tiny.
It's mad, isn't it?
Sorry, what were you going to say?
How do these people get in power like that? You know, it wasn't even voted in. Shouldn't it go back to the public? Who's going to be your PM? I think it's just disgusting.
You know exactly how money.
Oh yeah, money talks. Doesn't
Money
it?
and perceived power.
Yeah.
Like because of bloodlines or connections, or it's all about who you know and who knows you. It's not just about who you know. It's who you know and who knows you. So like this little fucking cockroach. He wasn't born in the UK. How is he even allowed to become prime minister of our country when he wasn't even born here?
He's got the money, isn't he? Yeah, money talks.
He's married to a billionairess. She's the heir to billions, multi-billions. I think it's hundreds of billions, but it might just be in the tens of billions. But she's in and she's a multi-millionaire. He is the richest politician in the UK. He's a multi-millionaire. Like, he's almost a billionaire. His net worth is about 750 million.
They must know all the loopholes to claim back everything. And
he doesn't fucking pay any tax. Does he?
Not
it's
pay back,
offshore.
Yeah, exactly. They must know all the loopholes to avoid paying tax and everything. You know,
trusts. They have it all tied up in trusts and holdings and security holdings and property. You should see the mansions that this guy's bought.
Yeah.
And he's going to try and harp on about climate change, but he buys a beachfront. He buys a beachfront fucking mansion.
Haven't they got like 15 They've got like 15.
Oh, it's ridiculous
properties
what they've got
all across the world. Over millions,
and he's got dual fucking citizenship, right? Boris had the decency to renounce his citizenship in America when he became prime minister. Before he became prime minister, he renounced his citizenship in America because he had dual citizenship in America and the UK. So he renounced it to become prime minister. This little fucking twat hasn't. He's still got dual citizenship. How is that allowed? America.
Oh my God.
How is that allowed?
God. He'll be up Biden's arsehole now. Dear God, I don't know.
Ask yourself, what business does Rishi Sunak have outside of Parliament?
Yeah. I wonder what his expenses are.
I'll bet you any money he's got investment in Raytheon or something, or Halliburton. What did you say? Sorry,
I said I wonder what his expenses are for the year now.
Dude,
Crazy.
the guy doesn't know how to talk to normal people. He's admitted out of his own lips that he cannot relate to poor people.
Oh my God, that's disgusting.
He was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. He was sent to all the top, basically he was sent to the places where you're sent to if they want you to become prime minister.
I seen a clip of him when he was doing his speech.
WEF, he's straight out of the WEF. He's one of the young leaders of the WEF. Mate, well, after that thing, you know what he was waiting for? He didn't know that his speech was over, and he was waiting for something else. He was just like stood there waiting, just staring at the auto cue, waiting for the next to come up. And then when he realised, he just turned and walked off. He is a fucking robot. Like the guy's a psychopath, pure and simple. He's a psycho, an absolute psycho.
He's going to cause us a lot of trouble. I got a feeling. people think otherwise, but
People like what they did was they did this really, really good job of putting out all these nut jobs that they created themselves. These nut jobs that went out and did serial killings and that, and they said, "Oh, these psychopathic serial killers," and so everybody associated psychopaths with killers, murderers, people, people that would actually go out and kill people themselves. Nobody realizes that all the psychopaths fucking exist in government. That's where they exist, because psychopaths are intelligent. They're extremely intelligent, and they murder people, but they get somebody else to do it, and they call it legal because they call it war or fighting terrorism. They declare a war against terrorism so that they can basically go and kill whoever they want and just say, no, they were terrorists, man. No, they were terrorists threatening democracy.
Yeah. That's just insane, isn't it? Just to think how much control they've got to say whether they can push the button or not as well. Did you hear about that dirty bomb that they found?
Oh, mate. Well? Yeah, I mean, so I watch IL TV, whatever it is. IL, that.
IL, yeah.
And I saw today. I saw today about that. It's
apparently there might be another one.
It can. So Russia says it's Ukraine. Ukraine says it's Russia. My instinct tells me that it's Ukraine. Everything that they say, every single thing that they say, and they accuse Russia of doing, and they basically, it really does seem like one thing that Putin does is he plays by the rules. It works quite hard to play by the rules, and he stuck to the what was that agreement that they did back in 2014 or whatever it was, the Minsk agreement. Right? He upheld that. Ukraine didn't. And this whole evacuating Kherson, he was doing it. He was being. I thought, man, what a cool leader! He's come in and basically said, "Look, all of you civilians need to get the fuck out. We'll give you a certificate for where you live, right? And you can either exchange for an equal exchange for a property in Russia, or we will reimburse you if your house is damaged."
That's insane, isn't it?
Right?
And what a leader!
So just get the fuck out. Get all the civilians out, because they're not part of it. And look, and if anything happens to your house, like one way or another, don't worry. You will have somewhere to live, because this is our war. This is our fight. We just have to do it here, and get all the innocents out, so that they know that anybody that's left is basically fair game.
Yeah.
Because they've stayed on the agreement that this is an extremely dangerous zone now, and they might well be killed.
But all the aid and everything that he's actually pumped into Ukraine is taken in for the civilians and everything. It's just unbelievable. But you won't see that,
mate. Right? All of the money that's been pumped into Ukraine, it's got to be. I reckon everybody's got it fucking wrong. I've been keeping my eye on it very, very closely, and unless what they've done every time they've announced they're releasing so much to the Ukraine, unless each time they've done it, all they've done is they've increased the amount by 10 or 15 billion each time. So the first time they said they were going to give anything to the Ukraine, it was 11 billion. Then it was 33 billion.
That's right,
then it was 44 billion.
Then 56.
Right? Then 56 or something, and then it was 88 billion, right? All of these numbers, they've been popping out there. So either it's 11 plus 33 plus 46. Maybe it's just they increased it. If they just increased it, it's over 100 million that they've pledged, and and so apparently sent and released to the Ukraine. The European Union gave the Ukraine 500 million a few days ago.
Where's the
And
rest of it gone?
Zelensky's saying, we don't have any money. We don't have any money left, man.
So where's it gone?
Yeah, you need to send us more money because it's all gone, man.
Up my nose. Jesus, it's crazy,
fucking mate. So they're doing that, right? They're sending all this money. It's supposed to be weapons. There's supposed to be aid, right? I did the fucking video. I've got it here. The video. Oh, so they were lying, and I was telling. I was right the whole fucking time when I was saying the whole time. You know that they're not going to get a single bit of this help. None of this money. None of this aid. None of these weapons. None of it. They're not going to get any of it. And then what do we find out? That's exactly what happened.
So where's it gone?
Do you know what? I think I've deleted it off. But it's been stolen by the fucking Ukraine officials. The Redacted did a story on it. Redacted did a story on it and listed all the things that had been stolen, like 27 lorries, 308 fucking containers on the back of a train.
I remember that. Yeah.
All of this stuff, and that Ukraine didn't get any of it. Didn't get any of it. But
where's it going? Mad.
But Russia, as soon as Russia got control of certain regions, they were in there straight away with humanitarian aid and rebuilding things straight away. But the Western media didn't want to say anything about that.
They won't show you anybody that.
No. So
it's insane, isn't it?
It's insane.
Mate, we're not saying Putin's a good guy, not at all. But he's looking after his own, isn't he? You know,
right.
He doesn't want to be part of this WEF. He doesn't want to be part of this all this one world control.
Right. In one sense, he's definitely not a good guy because he's seeking. Basically, he's claiming to be the man that is. He is the man to basically take care of the wealth of the whole of Russia. To take care of everybody's wealth, the whole wealth of Russia that belongs to each and every person in Russia as sovereign beings. They all have a stake in the trust that is Russia, right? And he's saying, no, they're all lost at sea, and I'm not going to tell them about that. They're all lost at sea, but I am capable. I'm the one that's capable of being the beneficiary of all of this wealth and being responsible for all of this wealth. So, in that sense. He's an asshole because he's not telling people the truth. He's not giving people back their sovereignty, which is what he should be doing. There's not a single leader, because they're all psychopaths. There's not a single leader that's going to stand up there and say, listen, each and every one of you is a sovereign being. And in 1666, it was all stolen from you. And we wrote some bullshit fucking law, international law, that declared you all lost at sea. Now, here's the choice. You can continue as you are and play the game and benefit from the system, or you can take responsibility for yourself. And it means you'll have to take responsibility for everything. Everything you do will be your responsibility. Everything you do, absolutely everything you say, everything you do, everything. You need to learn how to play the game as a fucking capable, like at the moment, we're all idiots, but only because they choose for us to be idiots. They don't want us to know the truth. A real fucking decent leader would be able to get up there and say, I want you to know the truth. You need to educate yourselves. You need to go like, and you present yourselves as alive and capable, and you can take me, take what is yours and
That's
do what
never
you.
going to happen, though, is it?
It's never going to happen because
it's too far gone. Control.
The
money.
thing is, the trouble is, mate, like there's too many greedy people that just have no idea. They've got no fucking, all they care. They're basically no better than the people that are leading us.
No, that's right.
They are no better. There are a million, more than a million men out there just sat there wishing that they were the ones in power so that they could be the ones benefiting from it. Not because they want to help anybody, because they want to get
be
rich.
Greedy.
Power,
be greedy.
Power and money and influence, and to be able to break the rules and get away with it.
Yeah.
I did see a comment. Is she still in here, my darling? Listen, babe. I don't know if you noticed the title of the screen of the stream. It's absolutely no offense to the girls or to anybody of the female persuasion, but this is real men, real talk tonight. It's just going to be the men. But I guess we could have.
Are you calling me a man? How do you know I'm a man? How do you know I'm a man?
I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. I never asked you your pronouns. Do you know what? I saw one the other day with a guy looked like something out of. He looked like he was dressed up for Halloween. He went, "Oh, I'm sorry. My pronouns are." And he did this scream that was. Like his eyes rolled up into the back of his head, so his eyes went white, and he screamed. It was like something out of a horror movie. And then he said, "And my something or other is," and he came out with this demonic, garbled speech. Like it was, and it comes up at the bottom, and it says demonic mumblings or something. And it's like, rah.
Oh my God!
What I'd love is if that was just a troll, like it's just somebody that was just absolutely taking the piss out of it. Because what I want to do something similar that says, today I identify as a fork,
and I'm going to go round and stab you up the bum.
I am a fork that can talk. I identify as a fork.
Fuck off!
I'm going to try and pick up these noodles now. I'll tell you what. I bet I could make a fucking million doing that.
I don't know. I don't know where we're going with it all. They're trying to push us. They're trying to push us out of the main narrative of us being men, women. I get that with gays and lesbians, whatever you want to be out there. But when they start bringing this in and enforcing it on us, it's just too much. Absolutely too much. The same with the toilets in my daughter's school. They're unisex toilets. Like you got boys and girls going into the same toilets. And if you want the gender change or you want somebody like that, build a third frigging toilet.
Dude,
so there's three separate.
Mate, what makes that so much worse is the content of some of the books that they're allowed to read now.
Yeah.
Basically, they're like you watch men and women standing up in school meetings reading out what's written in these books, and they have to stop because it's too explicit. Like they're too uncomfortable reading it in front of adults. But these children are allowed to read them, and so you're getting your. I remember, right? So balls out on the table. Honesty, I probably started. Right, I realized that you could stimulate a certain area when I was probably about, I don't know, 7
Yeah.
7 or 8 years old, and it was when I was climbing. It was climbing the rope or shimmying up poles, right? And I used to have happy times sometimes doing it. You know, it was like, oh, oh, what's that? Let's make it something funny. And there was the.
But I remember it's in middle school. We had in the last years of middle school, so I would have been around 9 or 10. We had sex education. We had to have a class. A lesson was sex education. Oh, it was all laughing, giggles, and stuff, as you know, as it was.
Yeah, it was kind of embarrassing, wasn't it? It was like it was teaching us stuff that we did actually already know.
Yeah,
we already knew it.
Yeah.
Like, but the thing is, I think that's a healthier way. I really think
of course
it's a healthier way for children to try and find it out when they're ready to try and find it out. And so that means, I guess, if you find your 10-year-old kid hiding pornography, you realize that it's time to talk to them about sexual things.
Yeah.
Right. But if they're not, then you don't talk to them about sexual things.
Mm-hmm. You can.
My mum, I remember the first time my mum found a porno in my room, because she basically she used to go in and snoop about in my room just to see what I was getting up to. And she found a porno, and I remember her saying, "What would your father think?" And I remember thinking, he'd probably think, Oi, is that mine? Where did you get that from? Like, because, and also, what I should have said to her back then, and I didn't, because obviously I was just really embarrassed, right? But if I had the brains to think about it, or if I had the forethought to think about it, I would have said, well, I don't know, Mum, but I know that the first pornographic material I came across was when I was about 10 years old, and it was in one of your books. It was she had these erotic books, these erotic novels, you know, and Jackie Collins and stuff. And I used to sit there and like skim read really quickly through it all until I got to
raunchy bit.
She touched his penis. Boom! Oh, there it is. And that was my first. That was my first erotic
experience.
Kind of stimulation experience. Like, and then it wasn't until I was about 12 or 13 when I found the first porno. In my dad's drawer. Like, it was a Mayfair, and he hid them all under. Like, there was the drawer under the bed, right?
Fiesta.
Yeah, Fiesta, Razzle. But no, he didn't have Razzle or Fiesta. They were too down market for him.
Oh,
he liked Mayfair. Mayfair and Escort and Mayfair. That's what it was. Right. But then, mate, I remember one day his best friend came round with a video. And him and mum and his best mate went into the lounge, right? And you know, where we had into the living room where we had the TV, and they closed the door and fucking locked it.
Bloody hell!
Right? And this was in the afternoon or early evening, right? And they'd done it before with a horror movie, but they hadn't locked the door. They'd just sort of pushed the door closed, and I snuck in, and they were watching Aliens, because my mum was screaming. She was going nuts about it. Anyway, they went in, closed the door, and I heard my mum go, oh my God, oh, that's disgusting. Right? And I thought, oh, they're just watching another horror. The next day, they went out, right? It was a Saturday, and they went out, and they left the fucking video. They left the video up on the side, and so I was like, "All right, what's this then?" Went and popped it in the VCR, and it was fucking hardcore pornography, 1970s hardcore porn. It's quite a famous one as well. It is quite a famous one. It's got John Holmes in it. And oh God, what's his name? That short, fat, ugly guy, the
With the
famous,
moustache.
the famous short, fat,
I
ugly
can't
guy with the
remember what his
mustache.
name was.
But I think he just had a huge dong. So,
Did he have a
but
mullet? I think he had a mullet as well, didn't he?
kind of a mullet, yeah. Oh, he used to tie it in a ponytail and stuff. But yeah, it was about the air stewardesses, and the lead girl on it was a famous porn star. She had huge cracking rack on her. But yeah, it was like proper hardcore porn. It was the first time I'd ever seen. I'd seen it in my mind reading a book, but I'd never actually seen it. And I was like, I don't know, about 14 or something. And mate, fucking hell, yeah. Then the video disappeared off of. Mate, I was like a fucking some sort of sniffer dog. Wherever my dad hid porn, I always managed to find it. And like when I watched the video, whenever they go out, right, I'd go and grab the video and go and watch it for like 3 minutes. You know, like 3 minutes or something. Oh, it's all over.
Some bog rolls.
And
I remember you triggered my memory, man.
I got paranoid one time, right? And I was like, oh shit, yeah. I bet. So basically, I was smart. I would reset I'd reset the dial when I put the video in, so I knew where it was, basically where the video had been left off. So when I put it back, it was always at the point where it had been left off. So I didn't watch it and then leave it. And so when my dad put it in, and he'd sit there and go, hang on a second, this is a little bit further on than when I know he wouldn't have had the presence of mind to have fucking noticed any of that, because most of the time he was probably drunk when he was watching it anyway. But I mean, my parents, it was through my parents that I was introduced to hardcore pornography, but that was through it's like, I don't know, my body was ready for that. And I went out seeking it. But if I'd had it thrust on me, and because I had to find it myself, it gave it this, it's not the right thing to do. Like it was kept all, in the closet kind of thing, because it's just, that's not what you did, man. That's not what you did. That's something that adults did. That's not something that we did. That's something that adults did. So,
Harry, my experience when I was younger, I was out with my mates, and his parents, he lived on a farm, and we had this stash of pornos. I don't know where we got it from. We stashed it in the hedge behind an old tree or something. We used to go and have a look, and when we was out on our bikes, we'd get it and pull them out. And like, fucking hell, look at this! Whoa, my God! Like, it was mental. But then it just escalates on from then, doesn't it? You're getting older, like you said, getting videos.
Mate, when you find them, when you find a porno chucked in the ditch or something, like I used to find them all the time down by the river.
Yeah.
Right? And one time I found a stash of pornos. Like somebody had literally emptied a bag of pornos. They were, they were wet and soggy. I didn't fucking care. I was like,
you still have a good look through them. Never seen fuck all like this before.
I'd take them home. I'd get the one that was the best in the best quality, and I'd fucking take it home. But the point is, if now it's just all so acceptable. It's
crazy,
all so
isn't it?
fucking acceptable. It's like,
I think it's
well,
like
now you're going to have kids.
Yeah.
You're going to have so many kids now having sex that wouldn't have been having sex before. And
crazy, isn't it? But it's so out there, isn't it? It's flaunted on the TV. It started in the 2000s with the MTV music. Everything started frigging changing. It just escalated on from them. I'm like, how raunchy is this? And your kids are watching it.
Because
like,
before then,
it's so
easy
you imagine access.
Dude, imagine if Mary Whitehouse still existed now. Like,
who?
Mary Whitehouse. Don't you remember Mary Whitehouse?
Yeah.
People used to write into Mary Whitehouse complaining about, oh my God, did you see EastEnders, it was disgusting. The
Exactly.
things that they did and the behavior and portraying this homosexuality and blah, 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 and whatever. But the things people write in complaining about, it's like that. It's just there's no place for that show anymore, because the things that people used to complain about now, if you complain about
Just
them,
accepted, isn't it?
you get cancelled. You get cancelled and vilified, and your bank account gets frozen, and fucking, you know. And also, well, I think basically, God, do you imagine being in your 60s or 70s and seeing the shit that they put on? It's basically pornographic.
Yeah,
So, and
definitely.
and with gay, and like that movie that's come out recently. It's supposed to, like, they're all, the guy that wrote it or directed it had a little hissy fit and said everybody's obviously homophobic and that's why they don't like it, not because it's just a shit movie with no substance. It's just basically to blatantly flaunt and portray homosexuality and homosexual sex. So it was made specifically to make people uncomfortable. It wasn't. It's just a statement being made through that movie. There was no fucking. Well, I haven't seen it, so I can't.
I haven't seen it. I don't know what one you're talking about, to be honest.
I'm just jumping. I'm just making assumptions, but you know, like everybody that's talked about it, they've all said the same thing. And it's. I don't like watching stuff like that because I'll be honest with you.
I get uncomfortable.
I don't like seeing sex scenes, heterosexual sex scenes, and kissing and everything. Whenever it comes on now on a TV, I deeped it right on myself, and I was like, dude, does this piss you off so much just because you're not in a relationship and you're not getting it, basically, and you're just jealous? Is that all it is? Is that why you get so pissed off when and you fast forward? Or, you know, flick to, or sit there because you can't fast forward it. You sit there just going, oh, for fuck's sake, fuck off. Go on, fuck off. Get a fucking room. I'm not interested in your fucking stupid fucking sexual story. Piss off. Right?
It's mad, isn't it?
And I thought, no, it's not. It's because if I want to sit there and get turned on, I'll watch a fucking porno.
Yeah, that's it, innit?
I don't want to watch a movie.
They can cut that out. They don't need that scene in there. You can see the start and then you can see the after, can't you? Like it used to be years ago.
Dude, it used to be bad enough back in the 80s and 90s. It was bad enough that it would make me uncomfortable because you'd sit there and watch movies with your parents, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
They'd be like, oh, fucking hell.
I'll go make a cup of tea.
And especially if it was a particularly good one and you just, you know, it's like... You started to get aroused because when you're a teenager,
like,
it pops up.
Shit, I wish they weren't here now.
Yeah, you know, and it's like, but
mad, isn't it?
Man,
there's no standard anymore, is there? There's no limit.
No morals. Society is morally bankrupt.
Yeah,
absolutely morally bankrupt. And you can't help but, right, everybody's responsible for it.
Hang on a minute. Can we get these Muppets off the screen? They're doing my head in now.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, man.
That's all right. You care too much.
What I might actually put on here, because I want to play it. You know, what I played earlier.
Yeah.
Bloody adverts. Oh, look, there it is. Right. So we skip back.
There's the advert.
Skip forward. And bush, it's gone. The adverts are gone.
Way. Awesome. Yeah. What a find.
Skip back and forward again, but it's the only way it works. Like I've tried refreshing the screen, and every time it refreshes, I get adverts, and you have to refresh it about 5 times before you don't have to watch the adverts. And then it's like, oh well, I might as well just watch the adverts because it's taken me 15 seconds to fucking skip through all these. But if you do it like that, it's boom, instant. It just
So what, do you skip forward and then skip back? Is it?
No, skip back and then
just
skip.
skip back.
You can't skip forward. You skip back on the browser. You skip back. It might work if you do it. If you skip back on the phone, I don't know. But
I'll try it.
I've only done it on the browser, so.
Awesome.
But yeah, let's play this in the background. Who remembers this song, man?
Love it.
To pretend the one confined fantasies and morning rose forbidden fruit, hidden eyes.
I bloody love this song.
Take a ride, take a shot now. 'Cause nobody loves me.
Class.
Not like you do.
I always remember being a bit disappointed that Carrie or whatever her name is, that is the lead singer of Portishead. I was always a bit disappointed that she didn't embrace the sexual side. You know, she actually.
This is the one I remember you was talking about.
Yeah.
This is the one. Brilliant.
Because she's not a bad-looking chick, but I guess I've got loads of respect for her now for it.
Yeah,
you know,
it's nothing like it is now. They're expected to be half naked and dressed like that, aren't they? No.
Yeah, but she doesn't at all. She doesn't sexualize herself at all in this video.
Good. But what's it? The music, it shouldn't be about that, should it?
Well, I mean, I understand when it is. It's an extremely powerful. It's a powerful tool. You know, sexual desire and everything is really powerful. So you can. Like,
I was never fortunate enough with my parents and that, because they always worked hard and scraped the bed line. We never had Sky or anything, so we never had MTV. So I wasn't really brought up with music, you know. So I never really watched the videos or anything. So I'd listen on the radio and everything. So when these people come on, I hadn't got a clue who these people were. Just knew the songs, you know.
So I was exactly the same. All my mates had Sky TV. As soon as it came out, they all had Sky TV. They all had consoles. They all had all of that. My parents. That wasn't on their list. That wasn't on their list of things to have.
Important.
What was more important to it? What was more important to them was the car that they drove, or the cars that they drove, and the house. And so long as we got what we wanted, you know, at Christmas,
yeah.
I got everything. I put pretty much everything. I knew not to put a games console on my Christmas list because I knew I wouldn't get. If I asked for it, I know I would get one. So, like, yeah, it was my mates had all the game consoles and everything, and Sky TV with wrestling, and you know, they all used to watch WWF.
I never had anything like that. They'd all be talking about it in school, and I'd know jack shit about it. I'd know nothing. It didn't bother me really.
No, it didn't bother me too much. I mean, I don't know. I filled my life with other things.
Yeah.
And just listen. You know, and I could go over my mate's house and watch MTV, but it didn't really interest me.
Well, not me.
Beavis and Butthead was funny. I used to like Beavis and Butthead.
Yeah. No, I never had that opportunity, you know, really. Like I said, my mates did, but yeah, it's mad, isn't it? It didn't do me any harm. In fact, probably done me better. Respect the simple things in life, you know.
Best thing about Sky TV was the Cartoon Network. That was the best thing about Sky, and the music channels. Like when all the music channels came.
Yeah. Again, I was never really into it. I was always out. I was always out on my bikes, meeting the mates, doing something. You
Yeah,
know?
in the woods, fishing, climbing
Yeah,
trees,
fishing.
playing
You got
ball.
it.
Actually, do you know
Yeah.
what? I'll be honest with you, mate.
Looking at pornos.
Once I turned 14 and my mum and dad let me go into town on my own at 14, that's when I started drinking. Because, instead of going camping and riding bikes and doing all of those things, we all when I at 14 years old, we all started going down the snooker club and playing
Yeah.
snooker. Because when you're down a snooker club playing snooker at 14 and 6'1", I could,
Hustle.
I'd pass as mate. They serve me. They'd
Yeah,
serve me. So I
bet.
used to we used to get drunk every fucking weekend. We'd get
That's what
bollocks
we
down
do.
a snooker club.
Yeah.
Like till we were puking up every time, till we were puking up outside. We used to get in trouble all the time because we'd be in the back room puking up on the
Yeah.
floor, getting
Bring
in
it back,
fights with each other, fucking,
man. Yeah.
And then,
Um,
oh mate, we'd be in a snooker club until it closed, and the snooker club had closed. We all pile out, pissed out of our nuts, and it'd be like, hey, this guy
What's
on
yours?
this guy on the roof, WH Smith. Let's go on the roof of WH Smith. Yeah, let's stop the lift. We'll stop the fucking lift. Rah! We go into the WH Smith's lift because it was on. You could access it at 2:00 in the morning.
Wow.
And we'd
Bloody
go
hell.
out in the lift, and between floors, we'd start jumping. So it'd stop between floors, and then climb out. Like I'd shit myself every time because it'd be like, "Oh, what if it
Climbing
starts
out the
moving
side.
while I'm going? I get cut in half." But yeah, and we'd go up, we'd climb up onto the roofs, and we didn't have the balls to do park parkour.
Do
We
what?
didn't have the parkour, what they call parkour now,
What's
where
that?
they're running and jumping and
Oh,
doing
right. Yeah.
somersaults
Yeah. I
from
know.
buildings and stuff. Well, it started in France, I think, and it's like it's basically born of
Free
the
running.
not Assassin's Creed, yeah, free running, and they got, I don't know if they got the idea from the Prince of Persia game, which was the first game to have free running, where you could free run up the wall, jump off the wall to catch things, and it was
cool,
there was real free running in the first Prince of Persia game on like the PS2, I think it was.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it came from that, but yeah, we didn't even think, like, we think about it, but nobody had the balls to do it.
Balls to do it.
Creeping along on the outside, but we'd still, we'd be get up on the roof and on the edge and like, whoa, look at me, or pretending to chuck each other off or whatever. And then we'd go home, and I'd always remember walking up the path, like with this huge path behind my house that led up to the river, and there was a bridge over the river, and then I could get into my back garden there. I'm walking up the path, I'd be singing at the top of my fucking voice, and that's how I realized I wanted to be a singer, because I'd always been singing.
Wow.
Like,
Yeah.
in my room, singing along to
I used to do it a lot
Metallica,
in my room. Yeah.
AC/DC,
Wow.
what are they called? Def Leppard,
Yeah.
Phil
Man,
Collins.
hysteria.
All these things I was singing along to, but then it was getting drunk and singing on the way home, or doing karaoke. When they started doing karaoke,
I couldn't sing
was
unless
like
I had a bit of drink in me.
17, 18, they started doing karaoke in British pubs, and that's when and it was like, oh, I can sing. I just need to have a couple of beers first, man.
Yeah. And then you sound absolutely perfect.
To yourself. Oh, mate. But it was such courage, wasn't it? It was such courage to get up in front of people and sing. And then one day realizing, oh, hang on a second, when I drink this alcohol, it actually makes my voice worse, and it makes it harder to sing. That was when I stopped drinking.
Oh, good. And look at you now.
Yeah, what a miserable. I'm a miserable old git now.
Why?
I am. I'm a miserable old git. Like I remember. Do you remember that when they did a? There was a film I think called Grumpy Old Men
No.
with Grumpy Old Men. It had oh God, what was his fucking name?
Oh,
Walter
not the
Matthau?
comedian. Yeah, what's his
Walter
name?
Matthau, I think.
Wait,
Walter Matthau and somebody else. All right, and then who was it? Top Gear or somebody did it, and they did a like a BBC program. It was grumpy old men, and it was basically men in their 40s. You know, and back then they looked like they were in their 40s as well. They looked like fucking grumpy old men. But
I can't
now I'm
remember
like,
that.
I'm 45 now. I'm 45 years old. I'm a fucking middle-aged grumpy old man. Well, I'm a
No,
grumpy middle-aged man.
not at all, man.
Victor Meldrew. Yeah, but Victor Meldrew was in his 60s, wasn't he? Victor Meldrew was in his 60s, man. He was brilliant.
Brilliant. And Alf Garnett. Oh my God, imagine having him on now.
Oh, mate.
Oh,
Alf
bloody
Garnett.
hell. Oh, my
Do you know what? Right? Listen, fucking hell. Right. Hang on a
Oh, he
second.
said some truths the other week. I seen a clip. Have you got it? Brilliant. Watch this.
What? No.
Brilliant.
What? What? Hang on. What?
Have you seen a clip the other day? Somebody posted about Alf Garnett, and he was dropping. He actually coming out with some truths. Actually, that was on one of his clips on his old show. Oh, it was amazing. Like climate change and stuff.
If it was in the last couple of days, I wouldn't have seen it because I'm.
No, it's probably over 2 weeks ago, about a week or two ago.
No.
Oh, brilliant.
One, give me. Where have I put it? Oh, there it is.
Yeah, good old Alf Garnett.
All right.
Great.
Thanks to you today, mate. I was able
British
to go out and get
soaps.
some coffee. I was able to go out and get some coffee, right?
You're welcome,
And
man.
because
Awesome.
I've been trying to do my. Is it better to get instant coffee? Does instant coffee go further? And I've decided that actually instant coffee is so much more expensive than proper coffee, ground coffee. I got some ground coffee again, so I'm back on the fucking ground coffee. But look at that.
What is it?
Look.
I can't see on my screen. Oh, mocha.
It's fucking gollywog.
Oh my God. Shit.
It's a gollywog, mate.
How the fuck are they still selling that? Wow.
Crazy, eh?
That is crazy. Because everywhere else, they'd take that down, wouldn't they?
Oh, mate. This is like... I thought they'd banned them.
Is it a popular brand out there?
I don't know if it's a popular brand. It's the it's all natural coffee. Like, there's no
ground coffee.
There's two types of coffee you can get. It's either 50-50 or it's 100% natural. And that's 100% natural. So
fab, good.
Hey Vividness, how you doing? And Andrea, how you doing, babe?
Hi, all in chat.
Sorry.
Thanks for being here. I can't see the chat.
I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll pop a link in the chat, and if anybody wants to join us.
Oh, Andrea's put up Carl Pilkington. Remember Carl? Oh
yeah.
my God,
hey, Carl Pilkington.
I watched that religiously because he was absolutely frigging epic. The miserable twat.
Idiot abroad.
Idiot abroad. That's
brilliant. Right. When they tried to get him to do the bungee jumping, man, that was so funny. And he's going, no, I'm not going to do it, mate. I'm not going to do it. No. What I love about Carl Pilkington is what I get is 100% genuine. From him.
Yeah.
I think he is
pretty much
100% genuine. I think that the man that you meet on the street is basically the same with what's his fucking name?
Not the host of it.
Oh God, what's his name? Is it Ricky?
Ricky Gervais. No.
Yeah, Ricky Gervais.
Yeah. Yeah. He's come out with
Ricky
some
Gervais.
truth bombs as well, hasn't he?
Mate,
know?
have you
I
seen his
never
live
used to.
stream?
I never used to like him in The Office. I never used to watch that. That's something lads used to watch in
Mate,
school, and I
do
couldn't
you know
fucking
what?
stick it.
It
But,
was car crash TV, right? It was like it made me uncomfortable to watch it sometimes, but that was his genius. That was Rick's
Yeah.
genius, because I swear to God, I've known people like him. And the fact that the office was based in Swindon, my sister lives in Swindon. I know Swindon really well. It's
Yeah.
just basically a bunch of industrial estates. Swindon is just huge, but it's just a huge town of industrial estates filled with fucking offices like the office, with
Bloody hell.
workers exactly like that, man. It's like he
Mad.
got an absolute perfect snapshot of an office in Swindon in the 1990s. And his character, everything, the way he was fucking perfect. You know, he's like like his teeth and his mouth and everything, his facial expressions, and he was just so perfectly awkward.
Yeah.
You know,
For the
and
character.
like it's like when he looked embarrassed, or you know, when he was playing that sort of, when he got embarrassed, but he just tried to kind of walk it off, you know, like, well, you know, yeah.
I wouldn't
will
know
say
because
that,
I didn't watch it.
mate. And the other characters as well, like the what's his name that always put the other guy's stuff into jelly, and you know, it was some of it was car crash TV, but it was fucking genius. And then I wouldn't watch the American remake of it. I wouldn't watch it out of loyalty to Ricky Gervais. So I was like, no, man, they're just. And then one day I started watching it, and then it was like, oh, do you know what? He has made this character his own, and he's done it really well. The guy that did it,
That's good.
oh, what's his name?
I haven't got a clue.
What was his name in America? The guy that did it. Well, he did it really well. But the thing is, I watched a comparison side by side, and they basically used exactly the same scripts. They used Ricky Gervais's scripts.
I just played a different character. Like, that's crazy.
Just did it with the American characters, the American locations, and the American accents, obviously. And you know, and they did it well because they did it, and I wasn't sat there thinking, well, this is just Ricky Gervais, man. They, by that time, they'd made it their own show.
Made
they
it
had
their
actually
own.
they'd done it well. They'd done it really well.
I think I remember that, but I didn't watch.
I was invested with the characters of The Office, the American Office, but
we had some good shows back then, didn't we?
Say again, mate.
We had some good shows back then, didn't we? You know, we did have some good British shows as well. You know, it's like genuine.
I've always said that British comedy is the best comedy, like the driest.
Oh God, yeah,
I've got
brilliant.
I like dry sense of humor, and British comedy is the best.
Yeah,
absolute best for a dry sense of humor. And I've watched the American sense of humor evolve over the last 30 years. I've watched the American, they've slowly started to understand and appreciate irony and sarcasm. Americans never used to get sarcasm, but now they do kind of use it quite a lot.
No, that's good. It's mad, isn't it? Like, things have evolved.
Catherine, I noticed, babe, that you said you've had a crazy week. I'd just be interested to know how many people this last week who's had a crazy week? Who's just had like crazy stuff happening, or have felt really crazy, or just felt off? If you know you've had high anxiety or been ill, or if how many other people have had, or just had a crazy week? How many people have had a crazy week this last week? Because I just wonder if I'm not like I might not be the only one that's had
There's something been
a
going
crazy
on.
week.
Definitely.
Like been absolutely, mate. I can't. It felt really weird. It felt really weird. I didn't feel what you know. I did. I fucking worked myself up into a bit of a tiz was, and I paid for it. But then I kind of, I don't know. I just sorted my head out and said, right, well, if this, you know, that might just be that this is how it is, and I'm not going to get. Maybe I've lost contact with everyone for good now, and I've got to fucking do something about it. So, I was just starting to think about what I can do and who do I know? Where can I? What the fuck do I do? It's funny because I bumped into this guy today. Well, I didn't bump into him. I was walking Alfie, and he was taking a picture of his kids by the hotel sign, and I just said, "Do you want?" I realised he was English because I heard him talk to him, and I said, "Do you want me to take a picture of all three of you?" And he said, "Oh, mate, yeah, go on. If you, gracias, thank you very much." I think it's from Manchester, and so I took a couple of pictures of him, and then when he was walking back over, I said, "And have you seen La Palma? Because tonight the sun was silhouetting, La Palma was silhouetted."
Oh wow!
And so I said to him, I flat smacked him. Of course I did. Anybody, whenever I see that fucking island, with the first opportunity I get to flat smack them on it, I do. And I just said to him, you know, that's La Palma. That's 125 kilometers away. He said, "Right." And he's, "What about La Gomera?" I said, "Yeah, La Gomera's to the left. You can't see it. That's only 46 kilometers away. But La Palma, right there, that you can see it. You can see the whole island, can't you?" He's going, "Yeah, yeah." I said, "Yeah, it's 125 kilometers away." I said, "Yeah, yeah." I said, "You realise that should be hidden behind the curvature?" He went, I looked back, went back, and he went, "Hey, you what?" I went, "Yeah, that should be hidden behind the curvature because it's 125 kilometers away." And I just went, "But there you go." And then we started talking. And he was asking me what I was doing, and so I just told him what's going on. Just told him what's going on, basically. And he said, "Meet me here at 8 o'clock tomorrow night, and we'll have a chat about stuff." So,
yeah,
I don't know. He's got some. Maybe he's got an idea. You know, he sounds like the sort of. He's definitely a fucking duck, and he's a duck and a diver. He's definitely a duck and a diver.
He knows something, doesn't he? Yeah.
But he said, "What about cash in hand work and stuff?" And I was like, "Mate, they're on it here. I can't risk. There's certain situations that I can, but I can't go and work in a prominent bar and get a big crowd. Like I always end up getting a big crowd whenever I play, wherever I play. Anybody that's walking around comes to fucking listen to me. So like it draws attention, and as soon as attention gets drawn, then people, I'm just not."
Yeah. Yeah. Don't get frustrated, man.
I could do private. If I had the equipment, I could do private parties and stuff. If I had all my kit that I had at the beginning of 2020, before it got stolen, when I got fucking because of the COVID lockdowns, me getting thrown out of my apartment not being able to store it properly and it getting stolen. But if I had that equipment, I could go and do private parties.
So that's what we need. We need to get you back up and running, don't we? That'd be a good thing.
I've been asking people to I've been trying to,
Let me get
you
my
know,
battery charger.
say to people like, since it happened 2 years ago, more than 2 years ago, I still haven't managed to do it yet.
Yeah, I know. You get there, man. You get there.
Did I did I put the link in the chat? I don't think I did. Look.
Just plugging my phone in.
Bye bye.
Oh,
Bloody silly bloody things. Oh, where's he gone? Let me just come into the it took them a while, but they got here in the end. Right. Let me try this again. There's the link if you'd like to join us. Obviously not the 18 sex.xyz.
sorry, dude.
That's all right, mate.
Plugging my phone in and I bloody press the wrong button with my big fingers.
It's the thing about touchscreen phones, isn't it?
Oh, sensitive, eh? Oh man, bloody hell!
Oh, do you remember? I remember. I used to before I could get a touchscreen phone. Back when I had a normal button phone, I used to be able to text people, message people, the entire message without looking at the phone at all.
Oh my god, I couldn't do that. I don't think my fingers wouldn't let it.
I knew where my finger. I'd always glance at it before I sent it to make sure that I'd written the right thing. But I could just, I work out where the 5 key was, and then boom, write the message. So I'd write a message while I was driving, one-handed, just watching the road. Like
That's
just
insane.
type in with my hand and then just glance at it. Yeah,
it.
that's right. Send. It was so much safer than it is now.
I couldn't do that. What's the matter?
There's a fucking cockroach on the wall with a fucking egg sack hanging off its ass.
You've got to get in, man. Fry the fucker up.
It's gone up to the eye. I've got spray. It's good spray as well. It kills them in like 15 seconds or something.
Oh, no way. Powerful. Shame we couldn't do that for a few people I know.
It's good stuff. You get it from the Spanish shop. If you go to the English shop, the stuff they give you is crap.
No.
The things don't bloody die. They just run off and hide somewhere. But maybe they die later. But this stuff, you spray them, and they might manage to scurry, a foot away. But they'll get a foot away, and then they start flip out on their backs and start fitting because they're dying.
Oh, bless, man. Poor things. I didn't say that. Dear. That's crazy.
I don't know. It's like I said, like these ones. I imagine this scenario where I manage to speak to them and they say, "Look, just get the fuck out of my room." And the leader cockroach turns around and says, "It's like Futurama, with the worm in his stomach." And he goes, "Are you kidding me? I've been here my whole life. I'm a, my parents. I'm a 7th generation.
You
I've
get
been
the
here.
fuck out of my house.
We've been here for 7 generations. My great grandfather came over on the box. He stowed away in the jacket pocket of your leather jacket. He stowed away in his little egg sack, and with all of my aunts and uncles, like great aunts and uncles, and we've been here for generations. And I'm thinking, and all you've been eating is my shit, my filth, and my skin flakes, and whatever else it is that you've been eating. So, like, whilst they're creepy crawly, and you can say that they're disgusting, I can't say that I'm ever scared of catching anything off them, because this is a little ecosystem for them in my room.
They're clearing up the shit.
My room is an well, no, they're creating it. It's amazing how much cockroaches shit.
Shit.
Like when you move something that
I've got that with a freaking
nesting.
spider's mind. Jesus.
Mate, it's like
It's
like this weird, very tiny miniature gravel.
I was watching something earlier on, and it was somebody said it was like frog chum or something like this. It's like a white gooey crystal, like gooey glue stuff that comes from the air. Or they call it star something. I can't remember what it is.
What's that?
Really weird. Outside, yeah, it's like a glue stuff that comes from the sky. They reckon, but they reckon it comes from frogs or something. I can't remember what it was. Anybody in chat seen that recently? Really strange. And I thought I'd never come across that before.
A funny, gluey like substance.
Gluey clear substance, like strange. Absolutely strange.
I mean, I'm sorry, but I don't believe that's natural. That's something that they've injected into. It's either a byproduct of what they've been putting in the atmosphere, in the ionosphere.
Yeah, they say it's fall from the sky,
or it's
somebody said it's
an
frog innards or something. But I've never seen that. Frog.
Well, yeah, because mate, because didn't you know that the frogs in the Amazon, they're getting whipped up into these hurricanes and typhoons, sticking up into the slipstream, and whilst up there, because they're so small and they're so far away from the surface of the earth, they explode. Basically, they explode into like tiny little bits, and because of the turbulence of the air up there, they get just basically turned into this goop that eventually falls down and onto your car.
Oh my god!
Didn't you? And that's always happened. That's always been a thing. Didn't you know that? That's always, every year, man. There's always been the goop, the phlegmy fucking.
Didn't know that.
I'll tell you what it might be. Yeah. It might be because of all the chemicals and all the hormones and everything that they've been putting into the water, that the birds have been hypersexualized, right? And basically, that's bird semen. What about when there was black goo? What about when there was black goo falling from the sky, mate? There was black people were getting it on their cars. Black goo falling from the fucking sky.
Didn't know that either. Bloody hell. Where was that?
Oh, that was a couple of years ago. That was all over, mate. A lot in America, in England. It's like the snow. It's like the burning snow, you know? The snow that doesn't melt into water. Yeah. It just burns and melts and like disappears to nothing. We don't get much snow here, so I haven't been able to test it. But apparently up in the mountains where you do get snow, so people have done that, and it's done exactly the same thing. It's not behaved like you would expect snow to behave, which is just to melt.
Just melt.
Just to melt into water into your hand. Like it shouldn't have time to gather soot, because yeah, it's true that a lighter flame puts a lot of soot. There's a lot of soot
On
comes off a
things.
lighter flame.
Yeah.
So if you hold a lighter flame up to a white wall, it will
It'll go
all the
black.
soot will burn and it will turn it
Yeah.
black. Right? So that does happen, but that does not happen with fucking water. Water melts and falls away.
Should melt, shouldn't it? Yeah.
It shouldn't stay there and hold the soot. So
Yeah.
that's fucking
I have
ridiculous.
seen that. Yeah. That don't make sense, does it?
Not at all, mate.
So it proves all the shit they're putting in the skies. I remember my granddaddy used to talk about it years ago.
Well, mate, don't you think a lot of people have got bad coughs, and and you have to clear? It seems like you have to clear. You said earlier today when we were chatting, and you cleared your chest. I said, sorry, mate, it's because of all the smoking. I said, mate, don't. It's probably because it's probably because of what they're spraying in the air. And it's like Roxanne, right? Rox lives in London, and she's had a chesty cough the entire time I've known her. And I swear it's because of the trailing. And basically I'm here where we still get it, but not nearly as much. And for 2 years we didn't have any chemtrailing here at all. For the first 2 years there was no chemtrailing. And it was noticeable. There was no chemtrailing, and then suddenly it started. And for the last 5 years, they've been chemtrailing. But it's not. It was heavy during COVID and stuff. It was heavy chemtrailing then.
Yeah.
But then,
but not as much because of the lockdown.
The last couple of days they've been doing it, but it's just been this sort of light spraying a light mist, not really heavily, not covering the sky, but just like spraying enough for it to. They've put something in the air, and it's almost like they're just putting something in the air, just to,
During the summertime, and the bank holidays, you watch before every bank holiday, they'll start hyping it up that there'll be more chemtrails.
Oh, mate, they'll make sure that the bank holiday isn't sunny. They'll make sure the bank holiday the sun's hidden behind.
They try their best, don't they?
The grey blanket.
What I find in the hospitals, then there's a lot more people with respiratory problems going in the week after. Respiratory problems. I would have made that connection a while ago.
100% is what they're spraying in the air, and I want to know who it is that's authorized it. I want to know who it is that's flying. I want to know if they're UAVs, because they might be UAVs.
Not passing.
They might be drones. They might be drones, mate. They might be flying so high that they can't actually, because sometimes it seems like they've sprayed it really, really high, and you see them, but there's these tiny, it seems like they are like 100,000 feet in the air, not 60,000, not 30,000, 100,000 feet up in the air. And that it would make sense for them to do that with a UAV, because they could have a solar powered one, that's they don't have to worry about oxygen. They don't have to worry about oxygen for people.
Just keeps going.
Here we are. Look, we got embers.
Hey.
Welcome, my dear.
How you doing? Okay.
I'm good. Yeah. I'm doing good.
Fab. What time is it out there for you?
I might have. It is. Oh crud! I just took my watch off to do this. It is 6:31 p.m.
Wow, cool.
Yeah.
Good.
Is it dark there
yet?
Is it dark?
Not quite yet, but it's getting there. It's getting there. Oh, actually, yeah, it's almost dark now. It's literally almost dark, like twilight.
What time's it getting dark in the UK now?
It's about 6 o'clock. Yeah, at the same time.
It's about 7:30, 8 o'clock here at the moment. Gets dark. Basically, now we go now to 12 hours, 11 to 12 hours of sun a day.
The clocks go back.
sun
Don't they?
still-
Do they go
But
back?
it never, like in the UK, it goes like in the summer, it's getting light. It starts getting light at 4:30 in the morning. Man, you can go out and you have to be out at 5 o'clock in the morning to get sunrise.
Yeah.
And but
And then
the sun
it
doesn't
don't-
go down until 10:30 at night.
Yeah.
It's not dark until
On the
10:30 at night.
solstice.
Where and then in the winter, sun doesn't come up until 8, 8:30 in the morning, but goes down at fucking 4 o'clock, 4:30.
Yeah.
And it is Alex as well. Hey, Alex. But here,
Hey.
it's like the difference it starts getting light in the summer. It starts getting light about 7:30 in the morning, and it gets dark at about 9:30.
Ah.
But then in the winter, it doesn't get light until 8, 8:30 in the morning, and it gets
Wow.
dark about 7:30 at night. The earliest it gets. Well, no, it goes to about 6:30. Like on winter solstice, it's getting dark at 6, 6:30.
Mm.
How you
Well,
doing there, Alex?
I'm a night owl.
Hi, Alex. When do our clocks go back? Hi.
Soon.
Our clocks.
Yeah.
Our clocks go back.
They're
Don't they?
going
No.
back soon, aren't they? Haven't
the end
they?
of this month,
The
isn't
trouble
it?
is,
They already went
you
back
never
in
know
London.
now.
They've
They,
already
they
gone
have
back.
gone back.
I think so. I'm not sure. I saw something about it on Twitter and somebody saying, hasn't anybody else noticed that the clocks went back? I'm like,
No,
okay.
I
The
haven't
thing is,
noticed.
nobody does notice it now because everybody gets their time on the phone and the computer, and they do it
Automatically does it.
automatically. So it just
And that does the
it
same
just
as Rob.
happens.
We
Nobody
do. You
notices.
do know if you're doing a night shift because you either have to work an extra hour or you lose an extra hour, which is better.
True.
True.
Horrific.
I
always
don't
hated-
miss those days.
When I
No.
did hospitality, man, working in the bar, and yeah, at night when it'd be like you had to work an extra hour basically
Yeah.
because
Yeah. It's crap, isn't it?
clocks go back on the 30th. Andrea says clocks go back on the 30th.
Ah, there we are. I thought I was right. So that's Sunday.
It used to be
Halloween's
so
on a
cool, man.
Monday. Halloween's on Monday.
Looks like it.
30th on
That's
Sunday.
cool.
Yeah. Halloween's on Monday. Have they banned Halloween like trick? Oh, right. Let's settle something. Is
I
it
would die.
trick and treat or trick
Trick
or
or
treat?
treat. Trick
Right.
or treat.
Why
Trick
are they
or treat.
calling it on the news? Why are they calling it trick and treat? On the news,
No, it's
Ah.
trick
In
or
America,
treat, isn't it? You either get
they've
one or
been
the other,
calling
It's
don't
trick
you?
or treat.
That-
See,
well, they've been calling it. Yeah, they've been calling it trick and
I'll have to
treat,
watch out for that.
as in trick
well,
and
according to my
treat.
rug.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, according to me as well, it was always trick or treat. But
Yeah.
they're saying trick and treat on the American MSM. They're saying trick and treat.
No, it's trick or treat
Well,
because you
they're-
have one or
they're
the other,
wrong.
don't
If-
you? You knock the door
you
and
don't
you
get
say
both.
trick or treat. Ah, we'll have a treat.
Yeah, but
Give me
Don't get both.
Doesn't it
something
make
good to
sense?
eat.
doesn't it make sense though that now in this reality now
But we're so greedy.
that the bastards will
Yeah.
trick you anyway, even though you've treated them, they'll trick you anyway. You know,
Sounds
Yeah.
about right.
and especially if you don't give them enough.
Yeah.
That was
What's
the
that,
treat.
Alex?
I did toothbrushes one year. I bought a whole
Toothbrushes?
load
You're
of
that lady.
Yeah, I was. Yeah, I was.
I love you, but damn it.
You put roaches
I
in their
used to always
bags
be
instead of
so
sweet-
confused. Like,
I mean, sweetie roaches, you know, like the sugar coated roaches, that not real roaches, the sweets that look like roaches,
yeah.
like those ones that you can get now.
Chocolate
The
covered
ones that you can
ants.
get at
Oh, I
Halloween
made
now,
them with my art
Haribo's.
class. Yeah, I made them with my art class. We made bugs.
Yep. They're good. And the dirt cups. Do you know what a dirt cup is? A dirt cup is like a pudding with cookies crumbled up in it with gummy worms down in it, so it looks like a dirt cup. And yeah, oh my gosh, it's so good.
It's like peanut.
We do that. Yeah, we do that. We do
Haribo.
that over here. Yes, with
Haribo did
those gummy
these
worms. Yes.
crazy, right? They did these crazy ones a couple of years ago, and they were just, oh man, you know that they were pure poison, pure fucking narcotic poison. Basically, so much processed sugar in them. Squirrel Sniper, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, Squirrel.
Hello, man.
Awesome. How you
Hello.
doing, brother?
Well, I thought I had to
Yeah, full
one-
house.
odd the numbers a bit here.
I've got
Good
2
man. How are
stories
you?
about Halloween
Otherwise, the
Look.
title can't live up to its name.
experiences.
And this is
First-
You got two.
2 stories about
What's-
they're
Halloween experiences.
ninjas.
The first story was when I was in the hairdressers, and one of the other women was passing around this bag of American like pumpkin sweets, and I said, "Oh, can I just like before I take one, I just like to read the ingredients." And I read the ingredients, so I was like, "Oh no, thanks, I won't bother." And she's like, "Oh, you know, it's a tradition, it's tradition." And I was like, "Yeah, FGM is a tradition in certain countries, and I'm not getting that either." That's the first story. And then the second story was, it might be helpful for parents, was when my son was little. Whenever he went trick or treating, he used to do a divide and pair of the sweets on the table of what he thought he could have and what I thought he couldn't have. And there was always like a little extra pile of the Parma violet and the fruit salads because I really like those.
Oh, Parma violets,
And
man.
do you remember that? Oh, they're so
God, I
amazing.
love
I
'em.
love Parma violet. I've got a candle in my
Do you know
room.
what? I've got to say, Parma violets is one sweet that hasn't changed. And
Yeah.
which ones do you
I've
think
got
are better?
Parma
The
violet.
big ones? Which ones are better though? The big ones or the little ones?
The little ones.
Yes. Yes, the little ones are so much better than the big ones.
My
They've got
grandmother
so
used to
much
have
more
them in a
flavour in
tin
them.
by the side of the bed, and she'd take it first thing in the morning. So she always had sweet breath for my grandfather when he was in the country because he was a sailor. He was a captain, so he was always away at sea. It smells like Parma violet. That's why I keep
Cool.
that. I don't light it. It's just the look. I'm like, doing a Will Smith, like a cigar from Cuba Bar. It's for the look. I don't
The
light it.
candle collection.
Yeah,
Where's M
exactly.
gone?
Candle wick.
I'm just,
But,
I'm just nipping to the toilet a minute.
Yeah. So
No
when I used to
worries.
do that with my son on Halloween, it was always, he was very, very careful about the ones that he thought he could have. And I always used to let him have a little bit extra because he was so superstitious. It's like what you were saying about The Office in America. You know, he says, "I'm superstitious."
Yeah. It's
So,
when he
you
says
know,
what?
that I'm getting superstitious.
Yeah.
He didn't realize the word is superstitious. He was just like, "I'm stitious. I'm not superstitious. I'm just stitious." So I use that now.
I'm mega
I like that.
I'm mega stitious, man.
Plagiarizing is fabulous. The best authors apparently always plagiarize. So
Well,
plagiarize on plagiarize.
the best authors draw from life experience, and life experience might involve quoting someone else, and you know, and certainly quoting somebody else's work, or just basically. It seems like a natural thing that an author, like a good author, is going to, in some way. Also, the idea that ideas, you know, that inspiration and ideas aren't limited to one person. It's like this idea drifts across the ether. Certain people pick up on it and elaborate on it and write a song or whatever. My own experiences in 2006 when I wrote this song called Patience, and then take that, bring out a song called Patience, and then
Yeah,
Guns N' Roses bring out a song called Patience, and it's like,
I remember that so well. The Take That song.
Right? They take that song, I
Have a
swear to
little
God. It was a
patience.
little joke I had with people. I used to
Yeah.
say, yeah, I fucking wrote that song because I kid you not,
Yeah.
the lyrics weren't the same, but the essence of the song was. And like some of the lyrics, it wasn't the lyrics were the same. It's just what we were alluding to, you know?
Yeah.
It was the
Yeah.
same thing. And yeah,
I
just
don't
have a
remember the
little
words of
patience.
that song except for "Have a Little Patience"
Yeah.
because they sing it
But
very quick at the
that's not
end. And
plagiarism, though, is it? That's your
Well,
own
yeah, but a
interpretation.
big ego, but that's the thing though. But the ego in me could say, no, that's plagiarism, man. You just copied my song. You just got, even though there's absolutely no opportunity for you to have copied my song unless you're
That happens.
hooked into
That
my
happens in
computer, like my brain or something. But you know,
100
it's
times
like
a day. That happens without us knowing.
well, yeah. I think so many people pick up on the same thought. We all think that we are the ones having the thoughts, but maybe we're just picking up
dream
on
the
them.
same dream. We want the same thing.
There you go. I'm sure there's a song there, isn't there?
No, that is a song. That is a bloody song. I was just
That's
We
what I'm
want to
saying.
dream the same dream. We want the same thing.
it's oh
It's all the
God, who is
programming.
it?
Me and Richie know the
Isn't it?
song line.
It's fucking. Is it a woman?
Yeah.
Yeah. Wasn't it Belinda Carlisle?
Yeah.
Yes. Oh, damn it. Oh, yes, it was Belinda bloody Carlisle.
Yeah. I always say
Circles in
divine
the
inspiration
sand,
is not a
round
new
and
thing.
round. Do you remember that? Circles in
Song?
the sand and round and round. Never in love is what we
That's
found.
the 80s.
Circles in the sand.
Get the roller skates out.
Oh, mate. Try and kiss your honey. That was back in the 90s, mate, when I had a girl. Actually, I didn't have a girlfriend. I wanted a girlfriend. What have you been up to this week, Mr. Sniper?
I've been reducing hedges, lots of them. And this particular species of hedge is called Elaeagnus, and it has a nice sharp spur on it.
I was going to say, is it particularly thorny?
Gets you nice. Well, it doesn't. It's very deceptive. It's quite a long kind of annual growth on it, but on each kind of little where the leaf comes off of it, there is a very, very narrow, sharp thorn that's kind of like right under the vein of the leaf. And if you pick it up the wrong way,
see it.
yeah, exactly.
You could sing to
And
it.
you always normally go to pick up the leaf because that's where the thorn normally isn't.
Is it native to the UK, to the British Isles?
Elaeagnus? No,
Yeah.
it's I would put it. Elaeagnus would probably be either Asia, North Africa kind of thing. It's very hardy.
Mate, I used to cut our hedge, and part of our hedge was hawthorn.
Yeah, I know. I ended up in. I took myself to A&E with. It was blackthorn actually, but yeah, that was right into my knuckle. And they actually had to operate and open my hand up, and it was about 2 millimeters. That's all it was. But yeah, I was out of action for a week. So
where I lived when I was a kid, like when I was like 9 years old, and I used to go out with my mates on the bike. We used to go over to the common, and on the common there were these hawthorn hedges, like just dotted around hawthorn hedges. Used to cycle in between them and stuff. And there was one point where there was this little sort of bump, and you could do a jump, you know, off the bump. But then when you landed, you had to turn straight away because otherwise you'd go straight into the hawthorn. And one of my mates, you know, just went straight into the fucking hawthorn, and his legs were just like Oh, when he come out of it, man, he had thorns sticking out of him from everywhere. It looked so fucking painful. And the thing is about hawthorn, the resin is an irritant, isn't it?
Yeah. It's got a
No, it's
inflammable.
yeah.
It stays in there for a little while and just it pusses up and stuff, and you want to get it out as quick as possible. But I got mine right up. It was right into the knuckle, and yeah, it was like only 2 mil, but it was about a centimeter, just more than a centimeter in, basically. So I'd stabbed it and I managed to pull it out, but just the very tip was left in it, and it all went septic, and my arm just swelled up and everything. So they,
Oh, mate, when things go septic, when you get an infection, especially a
tripping.
deep infection in the
I was
knuckle and
tripping
stuff,
straight away. I knew something wasn't very right, and
the throbbing,
yeah.
mate, when it throbs, the way it feel like, it's like you feel like the appendage. She's gone again. You feel like the appendage is going to explode.
Yeah.
Like when I had my foot operated on, because it had been 7 years since my car accident and they still hadn't fixed it yet, and then I got called in, and they did the operation on it, and they had to remove the knuckles of my toes, and then stick these metal rods in to keep them all there, to fuse them together, so all my toes are fused together. There's no knuckles, but to hold them in place. So these metal pins, went in through the middles, and so when I came out of surgery, I had these metal pins sticking out of the ends of my toes with these, they went into like a twirl at the end. And it got infected. My toes all got infected because basically there was always an open wound. They couldn't cover it properly because of the bars sticking out, because of the pins sticking out. So where the pins were going into the skin, it was all open, and it ended up getting infected. And mate, I thought my fucking foot was going to explode.
Wow.
When it had swelled up and just started throbbing. Any infection, the inflammation, it feels so much bigger than it actually is, doesn't it?
Oh yeah, no, it's like it's connected to your nervous system,
Sherry Ives, fingers and ears, la 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 la.
I just wanted to say about hawthorn. Do you think it's spelled correctly? Because I know that the spelling of it officially is HAW, but from how you're describing it, Squirrel Sniper, I would say it's WHORE.
You could have just said HOR or HAUR, but no, WHORE.
No, mine was blackthorn, unfortunately. Blackthorn is different species to
make me a liar.
Protagus. Protagus monogina. Monogina. Yeah,
there's a
monogina.
wonderful joke. I don't know if I've told it before about the boy who thinks that a vagina dentata, because you just said monogina, so I just had to think that. Sorry, what are you going to do? Anyway, so he goes and he's like terrified, and he's a virgin still at a really late age, and this woman takes pity on him and says, "Look, let me just show you. There's no teeth." And he has a look and he says, "I'm not surprised with gums like that."
Oh.
It's a Jewish dad joke.
Oh,
the thing is,
it's in the DNA. What can you do?
One of the things I learned in my 20s, during a particularly a promiscuous few months in my 20s, I learned that female Barbie pouches, as that Danny, what's his name, calls them, right? They are all very, very different.
Absolutely.
They're not. There's no, and it must be the same.
They all do the same thing, though. They all do the same thing.
But it's got to be the same with our penises as well.
Exactly.
What is this talk?
it's all pink on the inside, but like I've been with some girls that I swear to God, they had like
Don't do it.
Bayer had a coil, right? Bayer had a coil, and you're not meant to be able to feel those things. You're not meant to be able to, but I swear to God, it felt like somebody stuck a fucking needle in the end of my cock. I'm like, Jesus Christ. And it really affected our. It was a problem. It was an issue because it was always it was like
doing. It's like spring.
Oh, that fucking hurt, man. Like, have you got a fucking coat hanger stuck up in there or something? And like, when I was with, there was another girl, I'll just call her for the sake of her privacy.
Think of a girl you haven't been with.
Barbie, right?
Barbie.
She wasn't a Barbie at all. She wasn't a Barbie, but she. I don't know. It was like there was scar tissue or something. It was was rough where it should have been. Where normally you don't expect there to be kind of
perhaps there's someone else stuck up there.
Skin there. But I don't know, mate. I don't know. But
just any revelations that come to you, just think of that Jim Carrey film where he's in the shower. Just think of pathos, yeah. In between the comedy and tragedy, just be in pathos. It's the best place to be, and it's the only place to be, and it's the only way you can move on from.
Right, Barry Nelson. Am I right? Am I not wrong? It's bullshit that you can't fucking feel coils. You fucking can. I'm not wrong about it because she was going, you can't. It's impossible. You can't. I'm like. And then she showed me on the diagram where it is, and it's like, well, it looks like I shouldn't, but definitely can. Right, thank you. I'm glad I'm not the only one. Man. Seriously.
To say it was Snow White, but it's drifted.
Well, I mean, they're only meant to be good for 5 years, aren't they? And she'd had it in there for 10 years.
Snow White had 7 dwarves, mind.
Yeah. I played one of the 7 dwarves in a school production. I don't know. I think it was Grumpy.
You played one of the 7 dwarfs. Which one? Grumpy.
Yeah.
Grumpy. Well, I was on about Grumpy earlier on, wasn't we?
Brilliant. Yeah.
I wasn't the first one, which was Doc. I think I was the second or the third one. I think it's Grumpy. Makes sense.
Yeah, we were talking. I was saying that earlier. I was saying I'm definitely a grumpy middle-aged man, and I'm proud to be, man. I'm like, yeah. Listen, fucking, you tell me another 45-year-old man that isn't sat there looking at the world, going, "What the fuck happened? What happened in the last 25 years? Like when I fucking went to school, this is not what the world was meant to be like." That like. You were meant to go to school, get qualifications, go to uni, get further qualifications, get a good job as a result of that, earn good money, be able to support a family, buy a house. All right, yeah, play the game.
Life is a roller coaster, babe. You just got to ride it.
There must be a good way to do that.
And you should know that song, if we're going in the song line, Ronan Keating. Life is a roller coaster.
Yeah, I do.
Just got to ride it. So just ride it. You're a good rider. You're a very good rider. For all the things that happen. You're brilliant. So we can't really have too much sympathy for you.
But listen, I started riding when I was probably 10 years old. I've always loved horses.
About riding the roller coaster of life in the metaphor.
I know you are, but me and Leafy were sort of insinuating some other sort of riding as well. So I just thought I'd clean it up.
I just ride cowboy all the way.
Yeah, but you listen, Kenny.
It wouldn't be
Kenny
cowboy, would
G,
it? Because
you
cows
fucking
evolve.
look.
You can't milk a
You
bull.
look like an American cowboy, mate. You
You'd be a
need a
bull
fucking
boy.
cowboy hat. You need a horse. You need some chaps, and you need some cowboy boots and some spurs. Actually, you don't need the spurs. You'd be like you look like a rancher. You'd be a rancher, not a cowboy.
They can say, get off the horse and drink your milk.
Fitting in with one of the Indians.
John Wayne's big leggy.
Do you walk like John Wayne?
No. I do ride horses. Though.
At the moment.
Do you?
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, I did before I broke my back. I don't know if I could. I wouldn't even think about doing it at the moment. No. But yeah, it's one of the things that I do miss.
Oh, remember you telling us about your back? Wow, man.
I'm choosy with what manual labor I'll do. And like,
We can't hear you very well, Em. I don't know what's going on with your mic, babe. Can you hear me?
Pretty quiet, Em.
We can hardly hear you.
Yeah.
I'm just going to turn your mic up. Say something. I've put your mic up full. Just give me a test in 1, 2.
Talk to us, Em.
Can't hear a word.
I'm hearing nothing. No.
Can't. Oh, that's because she's muted.
Take it off mute.
You're on mute, Em, and now you've frozen. She's going to drop off again. You watch. She's going to disappear.
Give her a little wave.
Look at that brilliant face that it's frozen on, though.
There she is.
Oh, there she is.
Hey.
for some reason, it will not let me play. I can hear you guys, but it's kind of like hard. And I have
You're so quiet, babe.
I know. Can you hear me now?
Oh, yeah.
It's a bit better, yeah.
Because it's using the mic on my phone. Hold on.
You need
But yeah,
to
you're
get
gonna see
just
some
the
technical
normal
face for a minute.
plug-in. You need to get some normal plug-in earphones.
I know I have some, but like, let's see. Well, we can try them out. They're one of the ones though that they're not so good because they have that little button on the mic that Alex was fiddle farting with last week or something. You know, when you push the button, it does
Fiddle farting.
It's just if you just make sure they're turned up full. Make sure
I
the
gotta
phone's
say
turned
that
up full.
one. In which Alex fiddle fart. I love it. That's going to be how I describe this
Fiddle fart.
whole thing about being on the Magic
So,
Tree House.
Squirrel, have you got any horses now?
No.
Do you have horses? No.
No.
No, I used to ride other
No,
people's.
no way. Those are
No.
expensive.
That's the cheapest.
I have
way.
children.
But yeah, I
That
used to
was
know
expensive
a
enough.
farm that was wanting more riders than they had more horses than they could handle. Really, so the more the merrier.
That's
So
what, mate.
I always
like,
wanted a horse. My mother said to
I've
me,
al-
I'll get you one when you're 15.
I've always wanted a ranch. I've always wanted a fucking whole ranch. Like one of my little dreams was to get a ranch in somewhere in North America.
right, I've got
Like,
an auntie in North Carolina, and she
I
has
live in
a
North
ranch.
Carolina.
Yeah, and she has
In
a
North
ranch that,
Carolina.
her girls take a load of horses south to South Carolina, and they sell them off at your auction. This was about 30 years ago, and yeah, I don't even think they've got the ranch anymore. I thought the government, they had a lot of problem with the government buying out ranches in that area about 20 years ago. And it was a lot for the meat products, for the beef, really. They wanted the land for beef.
I've been watching this guy.
Wait,
they've
what?
been really, right, apparently, they've been changing all the laws, writing in all these bills that are basically making it illegal to live off grid.
Oh, I heard that.
Well,
as
yeah,
well.
yeah. Here in the States, in Arizona, I know there was a guy who had actually purchased land and was building it. He's got like a prototype or something like that for this certain design. It's basically just like a very small, like 1-room shed, but it's a tiny house. And then then the city came in, and after the guy, it's a guy that was working with the homeless people to like get their house built and their tiny house built. And then the city come through there and just destroyed every single one of them. There was 12. Yeah, it's really, and that's not just in Arizona, but it's all over the country when they did. It's one thing, I don't know, the homeless thing and the camp issue and stuff is like it's one of those, it's a touchy subject for me because homelessness is a sensitive subject. And if you haven't been homeless or have not had to experience the fear of potential homelessness, then it is kind of hard for you to understand why some of us do have a different outlook on that. Like, again, we're all just human, or we're all just people on the same planet, getting up every day, breathing the same contaminated air, trying to put our pants on and eat and survive to do it all over again tomorrow. So being in the amount of unlived in houses and buildings that are just flat out empty all the time. That, for example, I have to drive by one here in the park every evening, and all of the lights are on in this building. There's TVs mounted to the wall in this building. There are no people in there. So first of all, who's footing the bill for that shit? Because if you're a taxpayer, and that's, you know what I mean? Like, there's got to be a better way. When I start thinking about the little things that I think as a collective consciousness before, because the way we were indoctrinated and we were raised to believe that we had to depend on the government and go and do the 9 to 5, we didn't really take all these other little things into consideration. So they were dismissed for a long time. So we just believed the way things were. And now that we sit back and look at stuff, and I'm like, wait just a damn minute, hold on. So if that is the case, then how did we get from here to here, and we missed all of this right in the middle? You know what I mean? Like, it just, the math ain't mathin', y'all. That's what we say in North Carolina. Like, the math ain't mathin' when the shit don't add up. I mean, it just don't. There's enough housing. There's enough space. Nobody should be homeless.
That's what it's like across the board with everything that they talk about. Science doesn't fucking make sense for any
Trust
of it.
the science.
Right from the we'll say it, I'm going to go there, right from the fucking shape of the earth, the model that they've given us, the science doesn't work. I see islands today that I should be hidden behind curvature, right to, you know,
pseudoscience.
Yeah.
Oh, there is no science anymore. There is only pseudoscience and religion.
Yeah.
And it's not religion. It's not
religious cult
about gods and stuff. It's science has become a religion.
Yeah.
This bloody climate change shit is a cult. It's a religious cult. Wokeism is a religious cult.
So does anyone remember David Bellamy?
David Bellamy, oh my God, yes. David Bellamy. Yeah.
He's been speaking out about
take down the cross.
Fake for the last 30 years, you know.
Is he still alive now?
Yeah.
I don't think he is.
He is still alive, yeah.
They scrapped his channel because of what he was talking about, wasn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, they've ditched him. They've thrown everything at him. I mean, he was, you know, one of my heroes, really.
Yeah,
amazing. Kid. That's why I love nature so much, you know.
Beneath the undergrowth.
But he spoke. He was authentic. Like he had integrity.
Yeah.
When I had my son, I used to talk to myself in David Bellamy talk in my head. And the mother grabs the little Peter and bites him.
I was lucky enough to meet him years and years and years ago.
Oh wow!
A Christmas do, yeah. It was her and the black chef from the BBC
Harriet.
Breakfast.
Oh
No.
God, Ainsley Harriet.
No, the woman. What's her? The Caribbean lady.
The big woman.
Oh,
remember-
Fluella, not Fluella. Is it Fluella
No.
Benjamin? No.
No.
No, she was from children's TV, wasn't she?
I was about to say
Yeah,
Miss
no.
Cleo.
Name.
You know the one I mean, though.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I know.
yeah.
She always
She
like
had,
wear
like,
You're
flowery
really-
dress.
Alex,
Yeah.
Alex,
in the
babe,
80s,
you've gone
this
really
was-
quiet as well.
This was right back in the
Gone.
80s. This was.
Yeah.
That's,
gonna-
yeah. It's better
gonna
if you
do
hold
me
your mic up, Alex.
Can y'all hear me now?
Oh my
Yeah,
phone
you
is
can
off.
hear you better
Can
now.
hear you, Em.
Definitely can hear you better, but now, you're really good now.
Okay. I'm good. All right.
Alex just needs to hold her mic up a little bit because she's gone real quiet.
And these are actually wired headphones.
My phone is gonna die. That's why.
Your phone's going to die. Oh, whack it on charge.
Yeah. And I'm just having difficulty putting the plug.
Is there anywhere we can reach out to David Bellamy at all? Is he still on? Does he still do anything?
I don't know. He's still. There's a few channels that have done a few reports on him. He doesn't put anything. Doesn't post anything online. I don't think he's that
Savvy.
way inclined. But he's some kind of other media, not mainstream media, have done lots of things on him. But yeah, he's always spoken out about global warming's a load of bollocks.
So
Martin Haley, like,
I
climate
think because
lockdowns.
probably he's been asked to push a certain agenda himself, and if he's got morals, which he seems to have.
Climate change lockdowns are coming to a town near you. Watch this space, right? That's exactly where they're going with this.
Yeah, that's next, definitely.
With this narrative, definitely where they're going.
I've always
with
said
this
they're
But
going to be banned in
how?
the countryside.
But how
So
are they
they want
justifying it
people
when
in
over here we've got droughts everywhere? We've got rivers drying up and we've got lakes drying up.
Oh no,
Lake
but
Mead is drying up.
Well, they're
That's
not drying
global
up. They're just
warming.
diverting the water to a larger tank.
That's global
underground.
warming. That's global
See, my
warming
buddy
that's
thinks
caused
that
by-
it's global warming is causing the glacier ice caps to melt. And I'm like, okay. And he's like, and when that happens, there's going to be massive flooding. And then I was watching another channel this morning, and there was like, the dude is a hunter, and he's out of BC, Canada. His name is Steve. So we're sitting there watching Steve, and the creek, the river, which we've been watching Steve for a couple years now, you could see behind him is visibly, very visibly, what do you call it? Like more shallow. Yeah, it's not, it's like, it's drying up. It's like drying up. And I was like, so how's that global warming?
There's lakes in America, big lakes in America and North America that have basically, they're drying up. They are drying up. I've watched YouTube channels.
Lake Mead's a pretty big lake.
They're going out on their boats every week, like the same time every week or once every 2 weeks, and they're saying, look, this is where the water level was 2 weeks ago. This is where the water level is now. They're doing it because they're draining them off. They're not.
But where are they diverting?
Evaporating. It's not evaporating. They're draining it off. They're putting it somewhere else.
Yeah.
And so they can blame global warming. They'll say, "Oh no, it's global warming." All right, okay. So I'll tell you what. You get a can of Coke. You get some Coke. Put some ice cubes in a glass, and then fill it up with Coca-Cola, and then sit there and wait until all those ice cubes have melted.
It never overflows.
It will never overflow.
No.
So their entire fucking argument, is destroyed by a glass of Coke with some ice in it.
Do you know how many times I've had that argument with someone and lost my mind?
Yeah.
It's like, but it's different with the sea, because the sea is made of salt water, and these are actually fresh water. Okay, well, can you explain to me how freshwater ice-based glaciers appeared in a saltwater ocean. How did that fucking happen?
Right. Exactly.
As soon as you go into any of their fucking theories or models about anything at all and just start to pick at it with a fine-tooth comb, they all fall apart.
It's
I
like I
just
say about
heard.
the coastline. The coastline,
Say that
right?
again,
over
Lee.
here. It's like I say about the coastline over here in the UK. They're saying that it's eroding away, the houses are falling into the sea or off the edge of the cliff.
Which is true. It is true in certain areas.
But they don't tell you how much sand they're dredging out at sea.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
They're just dredging the sand. So where's the sandbanks? There used to be natural sandbanks to stop the sea coming in.
And
the
where are they
sandbanks
putting
are gone.
that sand? Where are they taking that sand? Where are they putting it? Why
build
aren't they
it.
taking it? Why don't they take it from the fucking Saudi Arabian
It's the same thing I
desert?
asked about the dirt from Raytheon. Like, where did they put all that fucking dirt? First of all, what are they still doing there? I seen 2 fighter jets like the day before yesterday leaving
Raytheon, do you know what? Raytheon have probably opened up a new plant there, basically, to supply the fucking Ukraine.
They gotta be.
Probably,
Dude,
they've expanded their business.
Based on what I seen, was it earlier this year that I shared the video where they were transporting those barrels of freaking uranium? I'm talking about not barrels. That's an understatement. Tanks. Tanks is more accurate.
This year.
6 of them. Based on that and all the other suspicions.
It was just before Ukraine. It was just before Ukraine.
Right. Literally right before that. And I was like, what in the hell? It was so obvious that I knew something was up, and because I pulled out my phone, that you can visibly see the trucker like back up. Yeah, uranium.
Transporting fucking uranium, and we were talking about uranium 1,
yes,
and it was uranium 1.
Yes, in tanks, and it was 6 tanks on one truck, y'all, just going down the highway. Everybody traveling beside it like it ain't shit. And I know the symbol, the label that they have to I know like how they have to label it through the Department of the EPA. Yeah. So as soon as I saw it, I pulled out my phone. The truck driver hit his brakes and backed up, and we were on the interstate. So like, I was like, dude, come on, man. Like, let me get like.
Isn't that illegal?
It's got to be, because if they were to wreck
up on the interstate.
Yeah, well, just the way he hit the brakes, period, was dangerous. Because had he wrecked and those tankers spilled, like, oh my gosh, the environmental contamination and cleanup, like, would be ungodly.
Well,
and I know.
No, but no. The thing is, I don't.
They would just let it run into the river.
Actually, what they say, I don't believe it's. I don't think uranium is dangerous.
Is what they say.
It's natural, isn't it? They're digging it up. It's natural, isn't it?
It's a fucking natural element dug out of the earth. I don't believe that it's. I mean, maybe it's not healthy to be near
if you know how to.
But it's not. It's not like, oh my god, it's going to contaminate the water. It's going to contaminate the earth.
Plus, we're all infected with it anyways.
Years.
Yeah. It's got like 150 years shelf life. Then why are we transporting it?
What a brilliant thing, though. Oh yeah, it's this substance that's going to be dangerous. This substance is going to be dangerous for the next 300 years, man. Can't go near it. We've got to close off that whole site, like Chernobyl. Got to close off.
I was going to say Chernobyl.
Anywhere near it.
Shit's not going to grow forever.
There's people living
wildlife,
there.
Flora and fauna, running rampant.
You look at the nature. Nature has flourished,
and it's actually pretty
in these areas.
It's crazy.
It's beautiful. It's like a beautiful dystopian. It's just like the Call of Duty, games and stuff. It's all overgrown and derelict buildings, but the nature has overtaken and overgrown. Well, what's going on there? How is nature overgrown in an area that's supposed to be
that's contaminated,
toxic
radioactive
to all living life, toxic to everything except cockroaches and mosquitoes?
Yeah.
You know,
Mosquitoes are drones. They're nano drones.
They say that
I
about
swear
the
they're
lake
they're bioengineered nano drones.
where I
Well,
live.
That's
they've-
Where I live here, there's a lake just behind me, and it used to be the old furnace site where they used to get the coal.
It's
The
a coal
slag
ash
from
pond.
the coal from the slag, and it used to be compressed like chemical, and they used to water out of the lake to cool the machines, etc. down. Well, it's flourishing here, and everybody thinks, oh, you can't go in there; it's all poisonous and everything. But it's just naturally taken over. Nobody would have thought. It's like a nature reserve now. It's unbelievable.
is there fish in the pond and stuff?
Yeah, God,
Mhm.
yeah.
Yeah.
Loads of fish,
So there you
birds
go,
around.
mate.
We
There's
got
nothing
swans,
wrong with it.
ducks,
Life
you
is
name it,
flourishing
grebes.
there,
Yeah,
so there's
exactly.
nothing wrong with it.
That's what.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That's why Raytheon's here. I guarantee you that they're using our hydroelectric plant, which is a coal ash pond. They call it here. They call it a Superfund site, and it's supposed to be cleaned up according to the EPA. But they haven't done anything except fence off the land, and it's completely overgrown almost to the point where you can't even tell anymore unless you're a local and you know that's where the site is. Like I'd say in like another 2 years, you won't even be able to see the fencing there anymore. It'll just look like a wooded area off the side of the road, and it's completely contaminated. According to them, it's completely contaminated. Everything in like a 3 or 4 mile area radius in that area, which includes part of where I live, which is on the back of the Biltmore Estate property. So is Raytheon. Raytheon got their land that they're on here donated to them by the Biltmore Estate.
That's crazy, isn't it?
I'm like, that's not suspect. And nobody thinks that's suspect. Nobody in town thinks that's suspect. Nobody.
Like
Just me.
the Vanderbilts still own the Biltmore Estate, don't they?
And you guys, like, I can't even. And it's like I've been living here my whole life, so it's not like I'm not aware of the enormous entity which is that house and all the land around it. And like I still to this day cannot wrap my head around just how big of a piece of property that they still actually privately maintain. And so, because a lot of Asheville they built through like all kinds of nefarious activities, I'm sure, but like they throughout like the years they've sold the land, so that's how Asheville's become the way it is, and they've slowly encroached on the estate property. But the estate property that the estate still maintains and holds as part of their tourism thing is so big that they were able to put like a whole like luxury hotel on the property that you can see from the interstate. And when you see the hotel, you can see the estate in the distance in the back, and it's so freaking far away still from the shit that's on its property. It blows my mind. I mean, it blows my mind. And then when you go into the house, and I've been there like 3 times maybe, the winery, y'all, is the reason why I don't remember whether it's 2 or 3. But the house is so big that you can't even really see everything in one tour. So that's why we went back, and still there's a guided tour, and then there's like a self-guided tour, which is what I usually take. The guided tour just gives you like their narrative, and I wasn't really with that. I just wanted to explore it myself and kind of overhear what everybody else would say. Yeah.
It'd
it's extravagant.
It's to go around and just hear what it is that the bullshit.
But it is creepy.
Wouldn't it be good though to walk around and just every time when they give their little little monologue about the thing, and then you just go bullshit.
Every time I say that, you're like bullshit. Excuse me, I'm sorry guys.
I'm really
I'm really allergic to the bullshit. Excuse me.
Can you hear?
I'm just really allergic. I'm sorry. I've got allergies. Sorry, I'm just really allergic.
Major
really
bullshit allergy. But it's creepy, you guys. it would take me a minute to find my copy, but my son has a copy. My daughter might have one too. Everybody has to do this. This is part of the tour and part of how you get in the house. There's the main entrance of the house, and there's like the grand foyer, and everybody has their picture taken right there in the entrance. And it didn't occur to me when I first visited the like weirdness of that until like years and years later, when I'm looking at the picture myself and where it's at, and just like how they make everybody do that. And I've been on tours in other historical sites in North Carolina, and one of them did that. I've been to the Carl Sandburg house. I've been to lighthouses all up and down the coast. Even when we went on the naval base in Virginia, we didn't have to have our picture taken. Like, it was weird. And I bought it, of course, because, it's part of their thing. That's how they get you. It's a whatever, what do they call it? A souvenir or whatever. But it's creepy because it makes me feel like they're looking at us. Like they're looking at everybody. And by they, I mean the Vanderbilts. They know who they are.
But maybe it's like they're sort of quietly, like, it's like the picture, they make you think it's for you, but it's not. It's for them to sit there and quietly have a chuckle over, because it's like, look at them stood there. None of them know. None of them know what happened in that room behind. Like, they haven't got the first idea.
And next time I just want to go
we
in
did in
just
that doorway, or
flash of Illuminati symbolism.
But the thing is, but which one of us can honestly say that if we'd been offered the opportunity to be part of a secret club where you got to learn stuff that other people didn't know, that maybe gave you a bit of power, a bit of an edge over other people, like 20 years ago, if you'd been offered the opportunity to go into a secret society before you learned about secret societies, which one of us wouldn't have done it?
This is a more
I did.
secret society, because not many people know about us. The other secret societies, they're well-known secrets. I mean,
well, technically, we're not secret though. We're not secret. We are fringe. We're exclusive.
A minority of a minority of a very small minority.
We're the cream of the
Jewish wine. And to
say that again.
I've got
you're gonna have to. Listen, Alex. You're gonna have to hold that mic up to your mouth, babe.
Can you hear me now?
Eat it.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. 2 Jewish wines. There's the nice American one.
We are
and a very nice British one.
Right.
Which one would you like first, American or British?
American.
Jewish wine.
Well, no. I always save the best till last, so we'll have American first.
Yep, American.
I want to go to Miami.
Sorry, Em.
I said American.
Oh,
didn't I? Yeah, I know better. Just because I'm from the South don't mean I'm dumb.
Go on, Alex.
A nice Jewish American wine is, I want to go to Miami. Oh. And the British version is, I want to go to Marbella. You're talking about wineries. Got to get a Jewish joke in there. You hum it, I'll sing it.
I guess, but you're picking. I would have picked from a different crop and said, "I want."
Do you know the piano's on my foot?
What?
Do you know the piano's on my foot?
No, but if you hum it, I'll join in the chorus.
Go. That's the one.
Oh, mate. The best.
I'm not gonna lie though. I was absolutely in a frizzle like all week long, because okay, so I had talked to you last Tuesday, and then Wednesday, Thursday came around, and I was like, okay, he has been unusually silent, and by Friday I was like, okay, I'm freaking out. I'm freaking out. And then Sunday came around, there was no show. I was literally about to die. Like about to die. Blood pressure was through the roof. I thought I was going to have a stroke, about to die. I was in the mirror like, is my face drooping? I'm serious.
Listen,
Okay.
I told you about this, babe. I've told you about this, haven't I, before? I've said you really, really don't let yourself get so emotionally invested, man. Emotionally invested.
I'm like the biggest empath. I'm emotionally invested in everything.
But the thing is, right, I had a little, because trust me, it was not my choice, right? I got disconnected for basically nearly 8 days, and it was not my choice. And I had a couple of days where I freaked out. I had the cheeky monkeys going like full volume in my head. Like I was laid there, I couldn't concentrate on anything because these thoughts were basically shouting in my head, and because of the inability to get in contact with anybody, and I didn't think about going to Scotch Mist and speaking to Alison about going on to Facebook, or I just didn't think that I didn't even think about Facebook, to be honest. All I was thinking was Signal, WhatsApp, and emails. And
oh yeah,
I basically, oh my God, do you know what I just thought? I could have put something on my fucking community post page, but nobody ever reads that. I could have put something. I didn't think to do that.
Or your shorts. Because I get your notifications for shorts.
But yeah, I just freaked out a little bit and made myself a little bit ill about over it. Getting fucking migraine headache and. But what was doing my head in the most was what people were thinking, because I knew that people would be thinking, "Where the fuck is he? Why hasn't he gone?
Oh, yeah.
Why haven't any messages delivered? What's going on?" And I didn't want anybody to worry. I was worried. I don't want anybody to worry. I was trying to send telepathic messages to people to say, and do you know what Lee said? Maybe Keith actually picked up on it, because Keith said he just can't get connected.
And
that's all.
And he was like, I'm getting a vibe, he's safe. And he was like, don't worry, he's good. Because I was like, oh my God, his neighbor has went and pissed him off to like the very bitter end, and something bad has happened. Like, I had no idea what to think. I was just like, it's not bad. And then Keith was like, no man, everything is cool, everything is good, he just can't get connected. And I was like, okay, so I'm gonna try not to panic, but I'm gonna still silently panic.
Keith, but people really need to listen to Keith.
Yeah,
because I'm not joking, right? Sometimes the guy, bless him, he takes.
I was in a stream, and I said to Keith, "Where have you heard from him?" And he said, "Oh, I think Who is going to pop down and see him, because I don't think he's got any signal."
Who are we? Could come down.
Yeah, who are we?
Because he knows where I live.
Yeah,
that's exactly what he said to me. He said, "I doubt he's got any signal."
Yeah,
and that was it.
But what it showed me was, without access to what's stored digitally, I'm fucked.
Mm-hmm. Oh goodness gracious!
If anything did happen, we'd all be fucked, wouldn't we? So.
Well, yeah, exactly. I'm not the only one. That's the thing. No. I'm not the only one, man. How many of us would be fucked?
Yeah.
Because
we'd be like that South Park episode.
This new Carrington event.
But like people like myself, like I'm out here in Tenerife, and none of my friends are here. My friends are all online, and there's nobody around here that I've ever trusted enough to give any personal details to.
I'm the same way.
Nobody knows. Nobody really knows where. All the people that I used to hang around with have all disappeared. They've all gone. I don't have contact with them anymore. Like, I've changed numbers since then because my phone got stolen. And so, you know, it's like nobody around here knows me. I'm just this guy that walks his dog, you know, walks his dogs 3 times a day.
Well, there's
And
quite a few people who know you now.
Well, no, apparently, like from what you said, you put that post up on Facebook, and from that you said there were like 15 replies to it, and I'm like, 15 people? Who the
15 people on Facebook?
15 people that are. No, but it's not that. It's 15 English people or people on Facebook that are connected on Facebook that have managed to connect to Leafy through Facebook, who apparently would recognize me, you know, that know me here. I'm like, who are these people?
That's crazy. That's crazy.
That's an opportunity. That's not an opportunity.
Yeah, no, that's it. I want to go and that's why I said,
get on that Facebook. Say thank you to every single one of those people and let them know how brilliant you are.
Alex, I can't because I don't have any access.
He doesn't have a Facebook. That's what's even crazier about that. He doesn't have a
Facebook. You do what we said before. You hum it and get someone to sing it for you. And say this is the message from Richie. To exactly what
you do.
If you've got it,
you just don't use it.
You haven't used somebody else's. It doesn't really matter at the end of the day. Or use yours and somebody else's. Why not? You know, kill two birds with one stone and send a thank you to all 15 people with your details and your telephone number. So you can
Mom.
use that. Thank you,
Alex.
So you can use this opportunity for your musicianship, private parties. When they want to see like what happened, you know, to have the mystery man in their house playing guitar, singing songs.
Listen, Alex, stop talking. I can't offer anybody private parties if I don't have any fucking equipment.
You've got a guitar. You've got a guitar.
I'm not going to do a gig like that. I'm not doing a gig like that. I'd destroy my voice doing a gig like that. I would lose my voice by the end of the fucking 3rd song. Doing a gig like that.
My voice is short shit.
Well, then talk. Don't do all singing. Talk. Just do 3 songs and talk, and let people pay you for an hour of your time.
Hey, for your private party, look, for your private party tonight, when you want to just sit around and have fun, I'll come around and I'll just sing like 2. I've got probably 2, maybe 3 decent acoustic songs. I'll sing them to you, and then we'll just sit and talk about shit. How's about
a private party? So you got an OnlyFans?
Private party. And you pay, and I want you to pay me for it. I don't think that's going to work. I think if people pay me to come around and sing at their private party,
you might be surprised. You might be surprised because now you're a man of mystery because no one knew you, and now 15 people feel that they know you. So you can take advantage.
I don't know if they feel that they know me. That's why.
Well, maybe you don't know, but that's not the point.
Can you let me finish, please? That's
no,
why I asked Lee to send me the link.
Because you're finishing yourself
off. Send me the link. I'm going to mute you in a second.
Listen.
That's why I asked Lee to send me the link so that I could see who it was that had said anything, so I could see if I even know them, if I recognize them, or I know them,
or they're told.
And then I can go one better than to put a fucking note in Facebook, and I can go into Scotch Mist and see them and say, "Hey, hi, I just want to say thanks." And do it face to face.
I'll pull up the persons individually, and I'll send you a screenshot. Then you can go and thank them and come and speak to them, so you can get connected.
That's so much time and effort.
No, it's easy enough.
Just send a letter,
and it's so much more personable.
And
I think personally, if they're just around the corner,
for it.
Richard's got loads of time.
For party.
He's just around the corner.
I'll tell you what, if they're living here, they've got time for it. They're living here because they're living here. Or they're living. They've got time for it because they're living here. Like
Yeah.
the people that live here that go out and drinking and you know, fucking
Yeah.
go drinking in Scotch mist and that, they've got time. That's why they go
Yeah,
drinking
man.
in Scotch mist.
Couldn't you do like just would you can't you just go like, get like an amplifier for acoustic and do acoustic songs?
I forget who it was I was talking to about this. Right, what I need to do is sit here and practice and actually get used to doing that again, because
Yeah.
that's what I used to do.
Yeah.
When I was playing before I went to Portugal, I was doing doing acoustic songs back home back in England. And I was doing original stuff. I was singing original songs as well. And then I went to Portugal and I joined up with a band. And then when I left the band, I was confident enough to I had enough material that I could do acoustically there. But then when I came here, just playing acoustically, none of the bars want that, man. It's too mellow. You know, they wanted party. They wanted you to be able to basically sound like a band. So you have to use backing tracks. Any solo acts all use backing tracks. So I basically got
Wouldn't have
used
to do
to
that in
playing with
privacy
backing
at people's
tracks.
homes, would you?
I got used to playing with backing tracks, and what it meant was my repertoire like probably quadrupled, but it made me forget how to play songs properly, because what I do when I play along with a backing track, I play like a lead, like a second lead. So I'll find the root, you know, it means that because I can play a song that I've never played before. I've never ever played it before, but I know how it goes and I know how to sing it. And so I'll put on the backing track, and I can start singing it and just wing it with the finding the root notes, and then just jam around the root notes, because that's all you need to do really, is just jam around the root notes with the backing track, and then it sounds like a full song. It even sounds, you know, slightly different, and you can I can make it sound really good in some places where I harmonize the lead guitar and stuff, because
But
the lead
Rich,
backing is
sorry,
still there. Yeah, go on.
when you're singing, do you find that the best time that you're singing when your range is hitting everything, and is that when you're almost improvising doing that, or is that on a certain song that you've repetitively done over and over again and you've hit that note? Or would you say it would be just jamming, you know, if you're just, you know, as you say, doing one of your
Right, there's a couple of songs that I like to sing because they've got notes in them that are hard to hit, because it's chest voice and it's really it's up high. One of them is the version, that remake of the Sound of Silence.
Yeah.
There's a really powerful note that's hard to hit, hard to hold. I can only do that when I'm nicely warmed up.
Yeah.
And the first few times that I did it, I couldn't quite hit it. I actually had to push my voice up to that point. But there's another couple. It's weird because there's other songs where I just seem to be able to do it, like Sarah McLachlan. Sing the Sarah McLachlan in the original key, and like the first time I tried to do it, I just managed to do it.
Is that the higher key than what you'd normally sing? Is that slightly higher?
I don't know. Yeah, I guess it's slightly higher,
that
but
one octave higher, which means that you're when you're relaxed, you're not having to push to go to that higher ones. It's when you're doing the lower ones, you've got to almost tense up to get that lower.
it's easier to sing lower when you're not, you know, when you're not warmed up. It would be easier
Yeah,
for me to
yeah,
sing songs in a lower key now, and it'd
yeah,
be, you know, I'd falter if I tried to sing Sarah McLachlan now.
yeah. Exactly.
But
It just
you know,
depends.
all I'd have to do is sing for half an hour.
Mm.
That's all. Like, have a couple of cups of tea, sing for half an hour, like lemon tea or something. Sing for half. Well, my favorite is peppermint tea, and sing for half an hour, and it wouldn't take me long to be singing again, like, and feeling confident about it.
Mm.
But the trouble is, it's different. It's so much easier when you're using equipment that, like, if you're using a microphone, you don't have to really
Project.
belt it out.
No.
You don't. Yeah, you can pull it back.
Well, you need to be back over here doing the clubs again. That's what you need to be doing.
I mean, I never did that when I was. I never made a living from it.
No, but that's what you should be doing.
When I was in the UK.
You know, you should be walking into places and singing to bars, and they should be asking you, when can you come in? It should be that simple, mate. You know,
Mate, if I could do that, I think I'm worth.
the opportunities
a
are over
grand.
here because everything's back to normal, as if nothing's happened. You know, and it's coming up to Christmas time. Everyone's, you know, hoping to have a good Christmas with all this false pretenses again. So you've got to jump on the bandwagon, you know.
Something to think about, Rich.
Mate, the only, like I say, the biggest
I
thing
know.
for me is my two
The
dogs,
dogs at the minute.
Mm.
and the way that they travel. Like, that it's just, you know, I'm not trying to be difficult about it.
No, of course not.
If I didn't have the dogs, I'd consider jumping on a plane next week.
Yeah.
You know, but I do. And I looked into it. It's less than €500 to get them fully, you know, to get all passported up to go to the UK. So that's for the you know, the paperwork and the injection, the rabies, and because they haven't. I don't believe in giving vaccinations to dogs as much as I don't believe in giving them to humans. Where did you go, Alex? You just dropped off there.
The phone died, she said. Phone died, I think.
Oh, of course, yeah, bugger. Mate, like if I could learn, because like I say, I think I'm fucking worth. I think my voice is good enough to go and do a gig that pays fucking $2,000 a night.
Oh, fucking manager, bruv.
I do.
I'm joking. I know.
I think I've got a voice that's good enough to go on fucking Top of the Pops and sound like a professional artist. I'm not a bad singer. No,
you're not.
You know,
We've heard you. I used to listen to you all the time, bro.
Yeah, that's the whole reason I started following you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, because my channel's so small.
Dude, if I could do that, man, I'd come back to the UK and earn fucking $2,000 a night, do 2 nights a week, and
I'll
boom,
be definitely fucking managing you.
I'll just do that for a year, and boom, save like fucking hell, and earning $4,000 a week, I could save $3,500 a week. You know,
Hell, man.
Who needs more than £500 a week, really? If you can, you know, find decent digs. I don't go out and party.
That is the key.
I don't spend the
Finding
money.
cheap digs.
You know, I don't
What's that,
drink.
Yeah.
Squirrel?
Finding cheap digs. It's
Mhm.
ridiculous.
Consignment shop.
I'll
It's
come and
a
We can stay at mine anyway. You know that.
I'll come and rent a room off Lee.
You gotta fucking rent it, bud.
Well, if I'm going to stay there for a year while
always awesome to have
I earn
friends like that.
£4,000 a week, mate, I think I'd be paying rent if I'm staying for a year and earning £4,000 a week. Fucking hell.
Yeah. Just maybe, you know.
Tell you
At
what,
least clean the
Bigger boat.
toilet.
we'd all go out every fucking weekend, and I'd pay for it. I'll tell you. No, maybe I wouldn't be able to save £3,500 a week because I'd
So it'd be
spend
£2,000 a
500
week then. Yeah.
Yeah, spend.
And then
say
you know you
£2,000
would get a
week.
car.
Spend 1,500
So that'd be
a week
£1,000 a
on
week then.
hospitality, basically.
And then the fuel to drive that car, so that'd be £500 a week.
Oh, bless it. I know gas over here.
I've
got
never
some-
needed.
I got some veggie
I've
oil coming my way.
I've never needed I've never had a hankering. Never wanted a car like a Lamborghini or anything like that. If I was going to have a prestige motor, it would be an Aston Martin, a
Yeah.
DB.
Yeah,
It would be the DBS, an Aston Martin DBS. That would be a prestige car that I'd have. But other than that, I'd be fucking happy with a Golf GTI, a 2000,
Yeah.
the 2015 Golf GTI.
Oh, I had it was
Or
like
the
a
VR.
1995 Toyota Tercel, like a little bitty 2-door Toyota Tercel, and I had a Honda. It wasn't even. They were both 90s model vehicles, and it was a hatchback Honda. And we hit a deer in that thing, and it did not even destroy that car. It just kind of like messed the front end up, but we zip tied it back on, like the little bumper piece. I swear, we zip tied it back on. And then that car lasted for like another year. But I'm happy. I'm just happy to have a car that runs. If I have a car, if it runs and all the windows are functionable, you know, like
Gone are the
I'm even
days-
happy if you manually roll it up.
Gone are the
Right,
days I want a flash car. I'll do any car as long as it gets me A to B. I don't care.
Yep.
That's
The
all I
I'd be happy
do.
with a bicycle.
Flashiest car I had was a Mazda 323F, the fastback, and it was a 2-litre V6.
Ooh, they're worth a
And
bit,
the only reason it was the flashiest car is because it was a top of the range. It was the GLX, top of the range, like front and back electric windows, man. It had rear electric windows on it. You
What
know?
color?
Mate,
Nice.
fucking beautiful, air conditioning and fucking cruise control and a V6 engine in it.
If I could
I've never
have
been
one
cruise
car,
control.
it would be the Jensen Interceptor.
Interceptor. Whoa, beautiful.
I don't even know what the hell that is. Now I gotta get my phone and Google that shit.
What year is
You got to
that?
Google
What
it
year?
now. man.
Late
What
60s,
year?
70s, isn't it?
Is it the one that looks a bit like the Batman car?
What's
No,
that new
no.
car that looks like it's got to be made by Ford
I
because
mean
it's got the
I mean
horse.
the 1960s Batman, the old,
No.
you know,
the old one.
Yeah.
That's like a bloody. That's like a Cadillac.
It's got quite a big front to it. It's kind of almost
Yeah.
Capri-ish. You know,
Wasn't it? When they a 3-litre straight 6 or something, weren't they? You know?
straight 6, yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
I'll keep my eye out for them.
American
See?
Are you saying about
American
the
muscle
Ford? The
cars
Ford?
never did it.
Yeah.
But I
The
love
police
I love
car?
It's a
the
Jensen. It's a Jensen Interceptor. Jensen.
Is it? Hang on. Is it the Is it? Yeah. If it's a police car, is it the?
Okay, yeah.
The fucking Blues Brothers. Is it the Blues
British.
Brothers? Oh, it's a British one.
Yeah.
British. Jensen's British.
Mate,
Okay.
what about the 1980s when the British police, when the Metropolitan Police bought all those fucking BMWs?
No, go on.
The
that green.
1980s BMWs, mate. The 3 Series
Oh,
1980
3 Series
or
ones,
whatever it
weren't
was, BMW. Or,
Yeah.
like,
Well, they had
Man, they were-
Jaguars for a while, didn't they?
Yeah. Yeah. Remember the Jag.
Please.
An
Well,
80s
the-
BMW? My mama was
Was
a
it- wasn't it-
Volkswagen gal. She's a Volkswagen
Yeah.
person.
See,
Yeah, like the
I say
old, yeah.
Volkswagen is a cheap man's Beamer.
Yeah. My
Or
mum
Yeah.
used to
cheap
have a
man's
Mercedes.
Audi.
She had a
I say
Mercedes.
Audis. And I hate to see
But then things
my
will
dad had
go.
Mercedes. My dad had Mercedes, but Mercedes is you got to be of a particular generation, or you have to be
Yeah,
of a
that was
certain a certain
They had a
age.
Pinto too.
Either that, or
my mum's
be a
only
gamer.
4'8" or something like that, and she had pedals made, seats made just for her. It's her car, so you know.
Yeah.
I mean,
Oh.
like
It was
those
personalised for her.
Mercedes. Is it the SLK? The
Oh,
little two-seater
This was a
SLK.
200. This
It's
was like
basically a woman's car. It is it's a little woman's sports car. And when I see men driving it,
oh
I
yeah,
think,
the little Mercedes, yeah. So the
No,
200
no. Because my
SKO.
car, it would be a 3000 GT. It would be the Mitsubishi 3000 GT. Yeah.
right. That's what
Yeah.
Chris.
That would be my car.
Chris,
And it would be
Chris in
green.
Australia. Chris in Australia has got an old. It's like a 1990s Mitsubishi.
Let me see.
yeah, the
3000
GTO. Yeah.
Man, I loved them. I fucking loved them. But I love the American, you know, like the cars that they have. It's the police cars that they have in like Miami 5.0 and stuff. They're GTs as well, I think. I don't know if they're Ford
see.
GTs or what they are, but they're. And
I think it's the 99.
I think it's a Chevrolet. Might be a Chevrolet. There is a
What?
really nice police car the Americans have got.
The
now.
Torino, the Torino, that's Ford, I think.
I don't
right?
know.
Ford.
I don't know, but they're fucking lovely. They are really nice.
I think you're talking about the Torino. I think it's
I don't know.
Ford.
It's like the ones that they got in Miami 5.0 and fucking CSI in Miami and all of them. You know, it's just like a fat muscle car. It's like a modern muscle car.
Let's see.
Do you know what, Sherry? That the Firebird. I used to have a little Tinker Toy, you know, Firebird, a white one. It was a white Firebird, and it had a
Ooh.
had a phoenix going up the bonnet of it, and Trans Ams. Do you remember
Pontiac
them?
Firebirds. Yeah, Trans Am.
Yeah.
Beautiful. I had a little dinky toy with the Kellogg's cornflakes. Used to be able to collect them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Frost-
Used to have a bunch.
Not Frosties, not Kellogg's cornflakes, the Frosties. That's the one.
They're
fucking-
great.
You can get they're worth bank, like the collectors unopened boxes of these Tinker Toys or whatever they are. Dinky
Okay, the Torino is like Starsky and Hutch.
Matchbox.
Is that what you're talking about?
Matchbox. No, Matchbox. It was
Matchbox.
Matchbox toys.
The toys
Yes.
over here, we used to have the little model toys. Really expensive.
You get them in
yeah.
you'd get them in the like the Beanos or
In
something.
the cereal
or-
boxes.
Yeah,
Cereal
boxes.
Yeah, but the ones
That's
you
what
got
it
in
was when I was
cereal
a kid.
boxes were they were shit. The ones you got in
Yeah.
cereal boxes were shit, but you could get the collector's Matchbox
Mhm.
that you sell them on
Oh, yeah.
eBay for 1,500 quid or whatever.
Ah, crazy, innit? Good old eBay.
Yeah.
There was a Pontiac Firebird down by me where I live for years, just sat there wasting away. I'd love to got my hands on that, but it went one day. They've gone crazy money now.
Oh,
There's
there
a
was
3000 GT right down the road from me.
Oh,
That just
nice.
is staring at me every day, every time I drive by it, and it's white too. It's like pretty white, pearly white. I'm just like, I'm gonna see you later, lady. But I do not know what's going on with it because there's like not a for sale sign, but it's at like right near a car lot area, and it's been sitting there for a while. And like, I just want to know what's going on with that car
Yeah.
because
I
I love
hate
that
seeing
car.
cars wasted away. I do. I hate
Yes.
seeing them like that.
That's the thing. Just like with homes, there's nobody should be without of it. Well, now, if you're like my dear friend Claudia, she should not be behind the wheel of a car. Bless her heart. That's why there's people like me in her life that can drive, because she really does not need to be behind the wheel. So that being said, there should be, if you can drive and you're able to drive, there's a car for you. There's more than enough cars out there for everybody. Could have 5 damn cars with the amount of vehicles that are out there fully capable of running on the road. That's what drives me nuts.
Do you
And
not
like we were talking about
understand? Ella, do you not understand that in the fourth industrial revolution, that where you will own nothing and be happy, you will be able to use the social car. If you have a high enough social credit rating, you will be able to use for the village.
Y'all think my social rating is going to be stellar? I think not.
Listen,
because M plus rules equals no.
We won't even get an account.
I'm not even interested.
What's that?
Sorry, have you seen the photo of the electric cars in a lot? I think they were Citroën, first of all. The French invented the electric car back in 1905 or 6. And after about 6 months, they couldn't sell any of them because the batteries wouldn't last long enough and it cost too much. And that was back then. And there was just cars upon cars upon cars just rotting away because they had some surplus. No one wanted them. They kept that quiet.
So the battery industry has evolved and they have made much better batteries now. But the reality of it is that they've only got a 10-year life, and we don't have the resources to be able to basically renew all of those batteries.
Well,
if everybody starts driving
to charge the battery
cars,
up, if the battery held its charge as it was moving, that would be a different story.
I've always said this. You should be able to charge as long as you've got 4 wheels in motion.
It's a kinetic. It's kinetic. You turn it from kinetic back into the charge.
Yeah. But apparently they do this on some of the hybrids. It does do that.
Well,
so why can't they do that? Why can't they do that anyway?
That was the whole point of the hybrid, wasn't it? That was the whole fucking point of the hybrid, was that it would kind of recharge itself, and but it's designed obsolescence. It's with
industrial tools that have been used with batteries in the last 2 years. They've had to ump the amps on it basically, so you're having a heavier tool now to do the same amount of work. But after 60 charges, it just loses charge altogether. You cannot put a charge back in it.
That's crazy.
Yeah, like my buddy's got a computer and he has to keep it plugged up.
It will be full all of a sudden, and then it will drop down to half, and then all of a sudden there's nothing there.
Just
and
like
you put it back on, and it will say it's fully charged.
Telephone batteries, like telephone batteries and laptop batteries and fucking, the PlayStation hand, any batteries basically.
Oh yeah, the remotes.
That when you first get them, they seem to last forever, and it's like, wow, it's lasts forever, and then 6 months later, it's like, that seems to get quite as much life out of it.
The amount of data that you're actually reading as well at the same time is just draining your battery constantly. You know? And as your history goes on, it's always reading the same stuff.
Well, there's that, but
it's
there's
doing
also
all these
the
hidden commands in the background.
But there's also the designed obsolescence of anything that's manufactured. Everything is designed to fail.
Yeah, it's got shelf
life. It's all designed to break down and fail, so that you have to buy a new one.
Yeah,
it is a reality that they could actually design everything to last forever.
Yeah. It's mad, isn't it?
We do ourselves.
Like I wear shit out. That's the only way I get rid of it. I will wear shit. I will wear it out till you cannot use it anymore before I'll buy something else to replace it. Like it literally has to be so completely non. I have a phone that is the screen protector, put that in quotes, is made up of packaging tape, extra strength like just packaging tape, because why the hell would I get it was brand new when it got a crack, but everything still worked on it. There wasn't even a glitch with like the read of the touch or anything, because I did such a stellar job with that packaging tape. But then I saw this other phone and I was like, oh, the megapixels on that camera, like I gotta have that. Me and storage never add up, but for more than a day. I don't know what it is that I'm doing wrong.
I used to repair my own phones as well if they broke. Yeah, DN. Is he back or is it Darren?
Good to see you, man. Daryl, I think it's DN. It's good to see you, mate.
Yeah, DN.
That thing, right? So like the Tesla cars, basically, something like 90% or 95% of the value is in the battery. If the battery fails, the car is worthless.
Yeah, because they don't know where to get
that, because the technology that's in it, you know, the CPU and everything that's in it is pretty. There's a guy that bought a Tesla car, basically completely dismantled it and runs his entire house off of what was the Tesla car, the software and everything, off the batteries and everything. Yeah, but it means his house has got a shelf life of 10 years. The batteries will fail in 10 years' time.
Okay, Elon. So I just read today that he asked the Department of Defense to help fund his satellite program over the Ukraine. Did I read that right?
Yeah.
How about no?
Yeah.
How about no, bitch? You didn't even pay Twitter yet. You didn't even pay Twitter yet for that shit. So no.
Well, no, he shouldn't be he shouldn't be offering them any services. Full stop.
No.
Right, but if he's going to offer them to them for whatever reason, because Ukraine has got quite a they've got basically lithium. I think there is a lithium deposit in Ukraine, so it is potentially worth money to him, or you know, it's a strategic place. So he's obviously not going to side with Russia, so he has to side with Ukraine. But he's been giving them all of the service for free, and his Starlink users are getting a worse service as a result of it, because the bandwidth is being spread now between more users that are getting it for free. You've got business users in the US paying $500 a month for it, right? But they're getting shit service because of the Ukraine. And the Ukraine sit there and fucking slag him off and tell him, fuck you, you're a Putin, like basically call him a war criminal, put him on the death list, on that hit list of the Nazi.
Have they?
You know, that Nazi. Yeah, he's on the hit list now. Right, because he called for peace. Because he called for what he said was actually, there was nothing wrong with what he said, because everything that he said was true. You know, about fucking Crimea, about it's like, look, just admit it. And like, instead of killing all these people needlessly, because the fact is, no matter what Western media is telling anybody, everyone there's something like 7 to 1. They're dying. The ratio is 7 Ukrainians, between 5 and 7 Ukrainians for every 1 Russian that's getting killed. The Russians are obliterating them. They've absolutely annihilated their army, because they annihilated all the ones that were trained. Everybody that was sent in after that wasn't trained. All the ones that they conscripted, they weren't trained. They got annihilated because they didn't have any backup. They're not like they've got NATO and UN troops on the ground in there, obviously unofficially, but they're getting like the amount of money that's gone into the Ukraine, when you compare it to the amount of money that's been spent by Russia, it's fucking laughable. It's cost Russia less than 10 billion or something.
This is just an exercise for Russia.
Yeah.
It's all just
Well, they
messed.
and they planned it. The thing is, it's planned. It's been planned for a long time.
Yeah.
He didn't like. Nobody can say that Putin didn't do his best to
The troops,
dissuade
the captured
NATO.
Russian troops. The first thing they said was, "This is just a drill. It's all
Yeah.
we've just been told is just a show force, you know." That's all it
Well,
was.
I mean that's
But
all going to change
Putin,
as soon as
apparently,
the ground hardens.
hasn't he still got? He's still open to talks as well, isn't it? But they're not having any of it.
Oh, mate,
crazy.
Putin's still saying, "Hey, listen, Europe, you don't have to have these crazy problems with your energy.
All they
You
have to
don't have to
do
have
is
a cold
pay
winter."
him in rubles. That's all he wants.
Yeah.
And everyone is refusing to do that. It's as
Right,
simple
but
as that.
look, I want to make this point because this is really, really fucking me off. Right? Is that they're always referring it to? They say the West, the US, Britain, the UK, Germany, all against Russia and against Ukraine. No, it's not. It's a bunch of fucking dickhead little bureaucrats. It's a bunch of psychopaths playing silly buggers.
Yeah.
They've got way too much power and they've got no consequence. Nobody's held accountable. They know all the ways to basically subvert the game and always come out on top. It's the little assholes that got dealt with, or would have got dealt with in a fucking normal school, but they all get sent off to special school so they can become even more fucking twisted and self-entitled and, considering themselves so much better and, more intelligent and
just fucking with people's lives, man. It's crazy, isn't it? It's just
with no regard whatsoever.
What we should do, like there are millions of us and there are only thousands of them. What we should do is we should round them all up, right? Build a big fucking cage somewhere, round them all up and say, right, we'll go in 10 at a time, last one standing. Off you go. Right? And you just chuck them in on a big fucking cage fight. You fight it out. Last one standing. And then at the end of that, you get all of them together. You say, right, off you go.
Then you get the winners.
But what you don't tell them, what you don't tell them is that all they have to do is get together, say, we've all been a bunch of cunts.
That's it. And own the shit.
All we need to do is exactly, own it. Own what we've done and apologize and sincerely promise to never do it again. And if they did that, we'd say, all right, then go on then. And we open a cage and we let them all out into society, back into society, with a caveat that they are never allowed to hold a position of power ever again.
Ever.
Last 5 minutes. They went last 5 minutes.
They couldn't do it. They can't do it.
But you tell a couple of them. You tell a couple of them, hey, listen, if you do this, this doesn't have to happen. None of this has to happen. All you have to do is be humble, own it, and ask, and repent, and you are forgiven, and you can re-enter society and right? You just tell a couple
also
of them.
Need a lie detector test on DMT.
No. But you know that those few that you've told are not going to disseminate that information, they're going to do it in such a way to try and get power over somebody, and they're all going to end up fighting until the last.
Yeah, of course.
They're going to make their allegiance. It's going to be like
they wouldn't be in
Hunger
the cage
Games.
Otherwise, Rich.
It'll be like Hunger Games where they make their allegiances, they make their their alliances and whatever, just in order to survive. But then as soon as they need to, they'll fuck off that other person so that they come out on top. This is the thing, these people are always going to exist. That's just
because if they didn't exist, then we couldn't exist.
And the more like you become what you hate, don't you? You really do
I hope
become what you hate.
not.
No, you do. That's why you should never hate anything, because you become what you hate. If you look at, all right,
But you've got to see it
Antifa,
for what it is.
and Antifa, there are people, there are kids that join Antifa with the, like, they've got, I believe that they've got pure hearts. They think they're doing the right thing because they think that they're fighting against, or maybe when Antifa was first started, it was, you know, it had humble roots of people that were truly fighting against fascism. But it was overtaken, and, you know, they got out in front of it and they hijacked it and they turned it into, they've become what they fucking
Fascism.
hate. The Antifa is the epitome
It's
of
epitome of
fascism.
fascism. Yeah, I was like,
Oh, it's
So,
are you
and
sure you meant
like,
to put the anti in front of it?
this symbol, this hand symbol, you know, putting your fist up like this. The whole point of this is showing. I got this from Tim Pool on Tim Cast IRL. He said, like, they did this because together the fingers are separately the fingers are weak and can be broken, but when they come together in the fist like that, they're
That's one
strong in the fist. And they show that, and they do it this way so you can see that the fingers are all together and the fist is clenched and strong. It's not this rebellious, you know, you want it to be, yeah, power to the people, but it's a fascist. It's no different
Than that. Yeah,
it's no
yeah.
different.
I was gonna
also
say
the symbol of the Black Panthers as well.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly. But so many people don't make that correlation. Even when it's like you say it and everybody goes, "Oh shit, yeah, fuck, yeah, the Black Panther." So it's like, are we
And then
able
you
to
find out that,
change?
you know, the Democrats, you know, fund pretty much everything.
Well, they get in front of everything, don't they? You know, they try to get in front of everything, subvert it, you know, and coerce the leaders into, and then you're just changing the direction of it. It's into the direction they want it to go in.
You've got to find who funded the KKK many years ago. You know, and you look back in history, and you'll ask the Democratic, and they'll say it was the Republicans, but you'll ask anyone,
dude, that comes straight from the Sabbatean Frankist cults. The KKK comes straight from the Sabbatean Frankist cults. It was that you look at the original members, the ones that started the KKK, they're Sabbatean Frankists. So
I did not see. I don't know a lot about them.
Well, the Sabbateer Zebi declared himself the Messiah in the 1600s. Got himself a following of 1 million or more Jews, and the whole idea was to create a year of redemption through sin, where basically
1666.
That was the year of the redemption through sin, was 1666. Robert Sepp has written a book about it. They all basically, whatever the Jewish did, they did the opposite. So the Jewish fasted, they feasted and had orgies, and, you know,
and then all kinds of
with the whole idea is that they offend God enough that God comes down and says, right, that's it.
It's like, you guys are just so off. Yeah, like, I'm here. So I mean, it makes sense.
Saboteur Zebi dies, and 100 years later, is it Julian Frank? What was his name? Or somebody Frank, somebody Frank, basically. He picked up the staff and went all out on it, and actually made it even worse than it was before, made it even more extreme than it was before. And that's still going now. That's George Soros, that's the Rockefellers, that's the Queen, that's bloody Liz Truss. They're Sabbatean Frankists. she's gone, but she's still picking up now. She doesn't have to do anything at all. She gets £115,000 a year paid into her account until she dies. The same with that's the thing. Same with Boris Johnson as well, though. Oh, Boris
I try not to get caught up on shit like that. Get over Bezos.
Hang on a second. Is that all I've got to do is I can just sit here and drink gin all day, and I still get paid £115,000. That's fantastic. God,
well, his daddy
man.
can help him out, can't he?
I can assure you that he's sat there waiting for his daddy to die from the fucking jabadoo. He's thinking, oh yeah, Dad's had the fucking jab. He'll probably pop it off soon, and I'll get all his money.
Yeah.
Boy, I know. Look at like Prince Andrew with his quiet little escape there when the Queen died. Like, way to shadow that bullshit. Like, oh, I think I'm just gonna die. Like, no, you left us with Camilla for one, Queen. Hello, what the fuck? You had how many years to get that shit together? You should have told Charles you can't be king with her.
Andrew was sat there rubbing. Listen, Camilla is his handler. Andrew was sat there rubbing his hands together when his mum died because it was like, so I don't have to pay back that 12 million that she lent me to pay off the girl. That,
all my attorneys and the girl.
I didn't have relations with.
And all the paparazzi for the photos that we didn't get to see, because I'm sure that was not the first time him and Epstein were strolling in the fucking park together. Like, come on, act like y'all ain't seen them together before. Y'all stop.
Well,
just stop.
Epstein was at Sandringham anyway.
He's not there.
They sat
so how about Bernie Madoff? Bernie Madoff looks like Luke Wilson with just gray hair. I mean, looks exactly like the actor Luke Wilson, so much that I wonder if that whole thing was not just some bullshit psyop. Forgive me, all you investors that lost your money to Mr. Madoff. I'm so effing sorry. But he really does. I mean, it's weird. It's bizarre. It's like you and the Johnny Depp with the deep fake thing. That's how much he looks like Bernie Madoff. I can't get over it. I can't.
I don't.
I think a lot of stuff is a psyop.
Who's
in America, anyways?
Madoff?
He was the Ponzi. He was a Ponzi schemer that stole millions, close to $1 billion, I think, of dollars from these investors through a pyramid scheme some years back, and then he unalived himself in jail.
NFTs and Bitcoin is just a Ponzi scheme, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
NFTs is just pyramid. It's just a pyramid scheme.
I mean, the Bitcoin thing and don't get me started on money. I'm like, and now you got people out here on this fake money. Like, I'm sorry. It's just no. I'm sorry, all the crypto fans, and I'm sure your wallets are plummeting right now and you hate me, but whatever. Money's already complex enough, and we're going through a recession almost
so
plainly.
Like,
so why are they going to enter in another monetary system? It's just ridiculous.
Do you think anything that's kept digitally, is gone as soon as the power's gone? So, and if it's a major power cut, then nobody can guarantee that when those systems reboot, that all that money will still be in the same places, or that it's even going to be there. Exactly.
Nope.
Rich. That's what they are going to plan next year. It's already in place.
Yeah. Yep. So it's like, at least, if you've got cash and the bank blows up, or there's an earthquake and it's in subsidence and it gets buried, at least you can still, like, literally the bank crashes.
That's why there was gold.
You can go and dig it up.
Yeah, and
you can go and dig it up and fucking
gold.
Yeah.
That's why you find coins years ago with different different bits taken off. You know, you find a coin without any
Oh,
bits
they
taken off,
used
it's
to
worth more.
they used to do that with the what was it? There used to be a coin, a British coin that was silver,
Yeah,
and people would
snipped it off.
shave,
Yeah.
and I think that's what that was the whole design, wasn't it, of the 50p and the 20p, was
Yeah,
because it came from
it was
people
just,
shaving bits off the, and you could get hung for that. You could
yeah,
get hung for shaving pennies and stuff. Because it wasn't just silver, was
Damn.
it? It was like it was copper or something. They made
oh, gold,
pennies out of.
gold and silver.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
pennies are made of
gold,
copper,
like pound coins or whatever. Yeah, it's
but we
shaped.
have gold dollars
So
here.
I mean,
But
you know,
I wonder if how much they're really made of gold and they're not just gold plated.
It's interesting to what Sunak said today. I don't know if you heard, Rich, that he was meant to do a speech today about the economy, but he's going to hold off for 2 weeks. And exactly in 2 weeks' time, you've got Ripple coming into the UK, and they're going to announce something in the UK. Now, Ripple is
it's going to
in
be
the
a
middle
digital.
of a court case at the moment, and so for the last 2 years, it looks like Ripple's, been a bad boy. But what the media and no one else is saying is that all the banks have already signed up to Ripple, and Ripple have been advertising in London in the underground already, in small little places where, subliminally you'd see these little messages about Ripple. And it's all going
Yeah,
to kick
it's
off
subliminal
in 2
though.
weeks' time.
It's not in your face. It's not great big fucking in Piccadilly Circus, great big boards in
It's in
Piccadilly
small print.
Circus.
It's in very
It's
small print.
little, but it's like Darren fucking, what's his name? Darren Brown.
Yeah.
Darren Brown shit, basically.
They don't want
Darren Brown
people
in
knowing,
your.
'cause if you jump on it now, and the stocks, if the stocks they've been at 36 pence each, and I think they got as high as my friend jumped in it, and he bought them at about 40 pence, and it went up to 60 pence, and he was like, oh, this is great, and then it went all the way back down to 29 pence. And then it's stabled out at now at about 40 pence. So he's winning. He's only a couple of pence up. But if that goes globally, and that's the next, currency, those things
If
are
Nancy
looking at like,
Pelosi, if
15.
Nancy Pelosi invests in it, it's going to be a winner. If Nancy Pelosi invests in it,
yeah, exactly. But it would.
But
as
is
they
she
say, it goes
really
to the moon,
investing in
but-
it, or is it just going to be a hearsay? Because,
Sorry?
like you said, is it going to just be a hearsay she's going to invest in it?
listen, maybe it's one of the first things I thought as soon as I said it. I thought, do you know what?
To get everybody on the bandwagon.
She must be aware that everybody is so aware of it now that she could influence the stocks by making everybody believe that she's going to invest in something, or that she has invested in something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what Musk did, didn't it? He made everybody invest in that Doge, and then it fucking
goodbye.
Where's Doge now?
That month, he needs to pay Twitter already.
That's gonna happen.
I'm just
on
saying,
Friday, apparently.
When you're couch surfing and shit, I guess it is hard to muster up the funds. So
well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who buys what. If this Carrington event is what is planned for next year, and everything goes down so they can implement a complete whole new system, then they're going to be putting in their own formats.
Exactly that.
I don't even tweet anyways. I don't know why I care.
How can one of us create a format and distribute it worldwide on the internet?
So the only thing that anybody can do at that point, if we want to fight against it, the most effective thing for anybody to do would be to down tools.
Yeah, but it's got to be a collective thing.
If you
got to
had
do it.
international, nationwide strikes of all fucking services, everybody that was going to be a bet, and they all just went, do you know what?
Fuck this.
Fuck you. Fuck this. And maybe we have to deal with a little bit of shit, you know, for a little bit, and maybe there's not electricity or something, you know, and we have to go through it.
But this is it. It would. I don't think it would happen. Like, I don't think they would do that. Just, I don't think they would. I hope she don't burn the house down.
People are too no, what it is that nobody really trusts that everybody else will do it, so they won't do it themselves.
Yeah, that's right.
But the only reason nobody's doing it is because they think, well, nobody else is going to do it. If they knew, if everybody knew that everybody, literally, like the people either side of you, you know, your neighbors either side of you, everybody is all going to down tools on the same day and all walk out into the street and just, you know, sing a song or whatever, have a little party out on the street.
Just sit and chill.
Everyone just coming out onto the street and partying, sharing their food and drink. And, you know, and the fact that, all right, the electricity stops and the lights go out and everybody just keeps partying and singing songs and being peaceful. And, you know, if we could get everybody to do that, then they would have to bow down to the power that we have.
Yeah.
And they'd have to recognize that we are all aware that without us, they're nothing. They have nothing. They are nothing. They are a subspecies. They're an actual subspecies. They're not fully human. Like, if they want to be fully human, if they want to come and, you know, be part of our societies, then they have to be one of us.
It's getting everybody to comply and getting everybody to realise, isn't it, what they're actually doing.
Yeah.
What they could potentially do is going to really screw us over. They're screwing us over now, left, right, and centre. But people carry on. Look at what's happened with the fuel crisis, man. The fuel went up to £1.30. There was loads of strikes and stuff like that. It's gone to like 180.
Oh, it's almost $4 a gallon.
And nothing's happening.
Dude, I remember back in, when was it? It was like 2000 and I think it was in 2000. There were fuel shortages and the price went up to like 140 a gallon. And people went out and blockaded roads and shit about it. They got really
sitting in line for hours
back then. Just for going up to 140 back in the year 2000. And like you say now,
I don't think it was 140. It's probably less than that. It was up to over the pound, wasn't it? Because it was like 90p back then. And it went up to over £1.
Yeah,
that's what it was.
Whatever it was, man. No, I think in this particular time it was like. Because I was working on the building site at the time, and I remember we had issues with the lads, the bricky team. They had digs about 5 miles away, and they had issues with petrol. They had to leave early one day to go and find this garage because apparently it was going to have petrol in it, and they were paying through their fucking nose for it, man. And people were pissed, and they made a fucking noise about it.
Yeah.
Now, what about these fucking dickhead middle-class idiots, middle-class fucking entitled idiots going out, and there's only like 10 or 15 of them, and they go and spread themselves across the road and everybody just stops. They stop the traffic on major highways and the police just stand there and nobody else will do anything. Nobody else wants to go and grab them grab them one by one and haul them off to the side of the road because everybody's worried that if they do that, the police are going to arrest them for assaulting people.
So this is totally off the topic, but in weird things that I seen while traveling on the road, the other day it was another truck with a large, just one large tanker. And on the very back of it, it said inedible animal food. And I was like, inedible animal. Now, wait a minute. Why is it all in a tank? And why the fuck does it say inedible animal food? Is that like dog food, cat food, hay left over from horses, all mixed into it? Like, define that, please. Right. Label people.
I remember back in the 90s when I lived at home with my parents and I used to feed the cats. The tinned cat food was actually quite meaty. There were meaty chunks came out of the tin, right? Here, so for the last since Friday, I've been feeding the stray cats. The guy that normally feeds the stray cats, he's gone on holiday for a week. And so he's given the job to there's me and Manuel. Manuel does the cats, the 2 points on the left, and I do the 2 points on the right. So I'm feeding the cats, and he feeds them 2 tins of meat and a big fucking tray of dried food. And water, gives them water and everything. Right. But one of the things I noticed about the meat, this meat isn't when you shake it out of the tin, it comes out really easy now. You just go like that and it flops out of the tin, and then when you try and break it up, it just turns into pate.
It crumbles. Yeah.
No, it's pate. It's just pate.
Emulsified.
It's like these poor bloody cats, man. They want to chew into something, chew into some meat, but all they're getting is pate.
Is like, and God only knows what that is. I mean, like Sarah was saying about the French fries, there's formaldehyde in the French fries. So, like, good Lord. And if y'all had seen the PBS documentary I just watched the other night,
no.
Like, we don't be drinking the water anywhere. Don't be eating the chicken. If there's a chicken farm near you, you should probably just go ahead and move because they're probably contaminating the water.
The mayor of New York does an advert for everybody. You drink the water, but he doesn't actually on the video.
Drink the water.
He does not drink the water. It edits it, and then it's like 2 weeks later, or maybe even a week later, they're saying, there's like heavy lead in the water, and in Chicago, heavy lead. Roxanne went and bought one of those boxes of kits to test the water, and it ended up that
we need to get bottled water.
We decided that the tests were bullshit in the end. They were all contaminated by the air. But the first test that she got out, when she tested the water, it tested for lead and fucking
a bunch of stuff.
There were a couple of iron and lead or something, a couple of metals in it. It was heavy metals, basically.
But if you think about it, Rich, right, there's no way they're going to replace all the old pipe work under the big cities and everything with polyurethane plastic pipe, which is still no good for
Exactly.
Because there's still going to be lead and old steel pipes.
If it's going to be good for water, they should be doing it with copper pipes.
Yeah,
just rusting away.
Think about the old cities; they're still going to have them. They're not going to dig up the cities to do that because they're going underneath the buildings, not just the roads.
Dude, they don't even know where some of these pipes go. Like they don't. They're just like, well, if that one ever goes, we're going to have to build a whole new fucking pipe because we don't know where that goes. That's all. It goes in there and it comes out here, but fuck knows how it gets from here to there,
and you can tell
because this was done 1,000 years ago. This was done in the previous time, in the before times. This was done in the before times, man.
Yeah.
I do find it odd that they're like, okay, so that Raytheon has been moving into town for what, like two and a half years now? Right around the same time that how convenient. I think if I'm not mistaken, I have to look this up, but it was right around the time of the pandemic that I started noticing the like disturbance to the peace that was the neighborhood, aside from myself. which was Raytheon, because I was the only disturbance prior to them. And their trucks, I'm talking about like day and night, dump trucks in the residential neighborhood, y'all. They don't mix because they're not quiet. And they're at where I live is right on an incline. And the entrance that the dump trucks were using is in the cul-de-sac, which is literally about 2 houses down from where I'm at. So like they're coming up the road at 3 a.m. trying to be quiet.
Yeah, and it's not just the engines, it's the fucking brakes. It's the hydraulic
Right.
brakes when they go.
Yes. Yes. You know exactly what I'm talking about. Oh my God. I don't even like, cause where I grew up with my mom and dad, they live outside of the city and they live way up on a mountain ridge. So it was very quiet and very peaceful up there, except for all of the kids that lived up on the hill. You'd hear them playing, and there wasn't a lot of traffic, and the traffic that did come up there were vehicles. They knew that kids were in the area, so they would, they were reasonably speeding, like 35 miles per hour most. And these trucks, obviously, they're trying to do that. But again, like he said, they're hydraulic brakes. And then a lot of times they're from companies around here, their brakes are not so great. So like, and then they're coming up a hill trying to pick up speed,
break,
but simultaneously not pick up speed. You've never seen so many.
They can only do it. They can only do it in their, but they can only do it in their crawler gear because it's HGV. They can only do it in their crawler gear to get up there. They can't blast it and get it up into third gear. They've got to stay stuck in that fucking crawler gear.
Yeah,
to get up there.
Yeah, but day and night. I'm talking about day and night. There's not like, it's kind of quiet first thing in the morning, but like afternoon. And I think I've heard them as late as like 4 in the morning. And I'm just like, really, we really couldn't just stop at 11 or 12 with the dump truckloads of dirt.
Think how much those lads are getting paid, man. They're getting fucking overtime for that. Bruh.
But a lot of them are not from around here. There's only about 100 and something jobs that are going to be in that factory that they're hiring from around here. A lot of the other employees are coming from out of town, I think from like the main, where they used to be, because they used to be located up north. And this part of their multi-corporate conglomerate is the aerospace department. They're aerospace and something else. So they build a lot of the defense aero stuff, which is why they're in town. So, which explains why I saw the jet. But again, it doesn't to me. It doesn't explain why I saw there was 2 of them. And I was getting in the car and I was recording, and I got really annoyed because of how loud, and I live really close to the airport anyway, so I know like plane loudness. This to me was immediately like way louder than that. And I was like, how rude. And as soon as I look up, like just enough to see that, I saw 2 of them go by. And I was like, on a freaking Friday afternoon, and nobody even saw it. It was like I was the only one that seen it. I was like, other people are pulling in the parking lot, the gas station beside me, and I'm like, look, I'm looking up at the sky, like freaking out, and other people just getting out like it ain't shit. And it was so loud.
It's not that people didn't see it. It's that people didn't notice it.
Well, yeah.
They didn't
see it. Yeah.
Well, it was like in the background. They were so focused
on
whatever it is they were focused on, probably on themselves, or on their issues, their problems, whatever. Most people are walking around and they're on autopilot all the time. Wherever they're going, they're on autopilot because their mind is going thinking about all the bullshit that they're getting pumped with all fucking day long through the TV, the radio, the newspapers, all of the fear. Basically, it's all that they've got all these things conflicting in their minds, conflicting things going on, and every now and again, this little fucking conspiracy theorist cunt pops up and goes, Yeah, and you know that this is all bullshit, don't you? This is all lie, and you're all a fucking bunch of idiots because you're not paying attention to what's going on. And they pop it down. They go, no, we're all gonna die from an invisible fucking alien bug that's gonna.
Like, here's grandma. I'm gonna be that kind of grandma to my grandchildren, where like people already look at me like that with their own kids sometimes. So like, but of course my daughter's like, she would not ever treat me like that around the kids. They already, the more you try to anyways, the more they're gonna want to gravitate towards me. So it's best not to deter them from me. And if I'm gonna scare them away, let it happen naturally. But I'm not gonna scare them away because I'm awesome.
But children are like animals, like in the sense that they're good. They're a good judge of character. They can sense if somebody's good or bad. If somebody's good, they want to be around them.
Yeah.
And that does open the door for people to
influence,
use the things that they know. You know, they can buy kids with sweets, and and making them feel like they're special in some way. Or like, yeah, you get to do this and don't tell anybody. This is our little secret.
I'd like, is Bella coming? We're gonna read a book.
The whole keeping secret things. This is just our little secret. How many parents say that to their children? How many parents keep things from, want to keep things from their husband or wife, or or your older brother or whatever in families? They're like, no, just don't tell anyone. This is our little secret.
Pinky promise. This is our secret. Pinky promise.
No, there's people that do it in a totally innocent way.
Yeah.
But it's still even though it's done in an innocent way,
it's programming.
Does that make it any better? It's still programming to keep secrets, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what? My grandkids are not that old to where I could do that yet. And I don't really think I would necessarily, because I'm so blabbermouth anyways. Like, I might tell them to keep something a secret, and then 5 minutes later go, I know, right? Then run right in there and tell their mother any damn way.
Listen,
so it's like,
I'm not.
I don't think that applies to me.
Press 1 if you agree with me that there's no way that M is a blabbermouth.
Please. Do you think that Emma has an off button?
Mate, listen, like I said, so during when they were doing the tour, when they were doing the Globe Denier tours and everything, and even all through the COVID, all through the lockdowns, all through all the protesting, I've always felt like, well, the people are going out there and they're doing activism. Am I an activist? Well, the first opportunity that I got, like today, I just got an opportunity to flat smack someone, and to do it in a really subtle way, in a really, really, well, yeah, I said, didn't I? It's like I pointed out to the guy, look, you can see the whole island, yeah, and it's 125 kilometers away, and it's like, yeah, and I'm looking at him like, yeah, think about it, right? That should be hidden behind the curvature. I didn't bother going into the mathematics of it, but he said to me, "Fucking hell, you're a smart lad, aren't you?" And then he said, "Right, meet me tomorrow at 8:00. Meet me here tomorrow at 8:00." And he was just going out for dinner with his kids.
That's pretty cool.
He's got a teenage boy with his girlfriend, and so we're just going out for dinner. He was like, I'll talk to you now, but I'm just going out for dinner, so meet me here tomorrow at 8:00. So see what he's got. So I've set 2 alarms for it, because I know what I'm like. Tomorrow I'll wake up and that information will gone out of my head and I'll forget. I know I will. So I've set it on the calendar. I've set an alarm in the morning, an alarm in the evening to say, meet that guy at 8 p.m. To make sure I do, because it's maybe something good will come out of that.
Doors open.
Is he a tourist, or does he live local? Or
He's here on holiday, but he looks like somebody that either has investments or knows people that have investments. He's that sort of that, and that was the whole. Meet me here tomorrow. Actually, it was Manchester, but I can't really do Manchester.
What's
Manky.
Every time I try to do Manchester, it turns into Liverpool. Or more the Wirral.
You sound like Paul O'Grady.
The Wirral. No, the Wirral. Oh, Paul O'Grady. Paul O'Grady. Fucking hell, mate. Jeez. No, not Paul fucking O'Grady.
Well, he loves dogs as well.
You got to really go for it if you want to really get the Liverpool accent.
Do your American Southern accent, because I was watching you on. I was watching Caucasian Sasquatch.
Caucasian
what was it? Yeah, what were y'all talking about? And then you were.
I don't know.
What was your microphone? Right? Wasn't it your microphone? It had something to do with audio, but then I thought it was hilarious. I was like, that just to hear someone who isn't from the U.S. or from Southern U.S. do the Southern accent is just, I think it's hysterical, because I'm like, is that really how we sound? Then I've heard myself, I'm like, oh my God, that's how we sound. And then whenever my friend gets entered into the mix, because it's like, you can call him up and he'll pick up the phone and you hear him and you are going to think that is a white dude. And then you see him and he opens his mouth and you go, what the fuck? And then you find out, well, he's Indian. Yeah, but he's not from America. He's from Canada. And you're like, eh? Like, what? How does that work? And not just any part of Canada, the French part of Canada. So I'm like, that's it. That's how we know shit is all the way messed up. And they're lying to us because they've really lied to him about a lot of shit. Okay? Wow. Because why? But okay, how do you get from India to Canada, then make it to bumfuck Asheville, North Carolina?
By mistake.
Don't worry, everybody from India that's here in Asheville. I'll wait.
What I'm saying though is that everybody, I'm saying that everything happened for a reason, right?
Yes.
We all where we're supposed to be right now, though, yeah, Jono.
Yeah, man.
Jono, man.
Yeah, man.
I do. I really believe. Like, say I'm a fatalist.
Oh, I know. I think the same.
I really believe that.
I do.
Wholeheartedly. Absolutely everybody is exactly where they are supposed to be right now. And whatever's happening, as much as you think you've got free will over it,
it's going to happen regardless.
We don't. We've got free will in our decisions, but what that means is we've got the free will to do things the right way or do things the wrong way. But where we're headed is not going to fucking change. Where we're going is already fucking set in stone. It's already happened.
Just detour off the path a little.
Catch up.
Come back onto it.
Well, it's either we have a nice experience while we're doing it. The experience that we have is either empowering and strengthening, and we grow, and we get something out of the experience, or we do things the wrong way, and it's not pleasant.
But
it's not a nice journey.
No.
What we know is the only thing that we take with us.
Yeah. The only things that matter when you die are the people you've loved and the people that have loved you.
Exactly.
That's all that matters when you die. That's all that, like 99% of people on their deathbed who are in a position to be on their deathbed and say, and I think they're saying, The only thing that matters is the people that they love and care about, and the ones that care about, maybe not the ones that care about them, just the ones that they care about. That's all that matters. And you know, so the amount of people that are there, it's like it's going to matter to somebody if they're on their deathbed and they've got one person there or nobody there, or there's a whole family.
There's many people that have died without anyone that have, you know, they've died on their own, and there's no one that they've loved that have died previously.
The last 2.5 years.
And,
but have they made a difference? Made a difference in the life?
They're just thinking of memories, and that's all we have is memories.
Yeah.
So we've got to make sure if we remember these memories, you know.
And
that's why,
I say, on one hand, we shouldn't hold grudges with each other. We should not hold grudges with each other, but we should absolutely hold these individuals that work in government accountable for making it impossible, for making it basically so that thousands of people died in old people's homes, completely separated from their family, not allowed to be with their family.
Just what I'm saying, like we went through so many different things. Like back in the day, they went through polio and freaking tuberculosis and freaking Ebola and all that shit. And they didn't shut down the whole country. So, and they didn't put on masks. So like, it just, I can't wrap my head around it. It's driving me bonkers. Like
anybody that applies their memory to the last, like that, anybody born basically any of my generation can remember swine flu, bird flu, SARS, all of these times when they tried to let everybody get worried that there was going to be a pandemic. Oh, everybody, you know, shit yourselves, foot and mouth, all of it, right? They've been running the simulations for decades. Running the simulations, playing up to it, getting everything.
Have you ever seen those?
I think this is a trial run. This is for someone else.
Oh, the first one.
Well, yeah. Gates has already said, well, the next pandemic that is going to be even worse than this one. Like, because Mother Nature's out there designing. I used to think that that's what it was. I actually used to believe that Mother Nature was popping out these viruses to try to keep the population down, because I used to believe that we were overpopulated and you know there were just too many people on the planet, man.
That's only what they
but that was back before I actually applied my brain to things like, well, how much have they spent on this whole space narrative? What would have happened if they'd redirected all of that space narrative money towards creating ecosystems in the Sahara Desert and the Maldives in the you know, the Death Valley, making Death Valley inhabitable, making the Australian outback, creating biodomes and stuff in the Australian outback for entire, you know, civilization.
The amount of plants that are here and just here along, y'all can take a whole chunk of that, go drop it off in middle of nowhere, Australia, anywhere, get some people to water it appropriately, and then it will flourish. They can have their own experimental forest like we got over here. I'm like, define that, please, National Park Service.
Things don't grow. They'd need some sort of biodome system to get they need to get some sort of ecosystem going so that they wouldn't have to be reliant on everything getting imported. And you know, they'd have to be. Basically, people would have to have greenery and stuff. And out in the outback, I think it's worse than the Mojave Desert and shit. In the Australian outback.
Well, I mean, I did remember them having real bad wildfires last year.
And the thing is, it's so big. I think that's the biggest problem with it. It's so big you go out into the Australian outback and get lost, you just disappear, man.
And there's things over there that are like, they're super poisonous over
Oh,
there that are just.
everything's poisonous over there, man.
And then you can't get to a doctor in time and get an anti-venom, so good luck with that too.
No,
and they got
oh,
crocodiles
mate.
over there. I ain't doing that. No, thank
Lads, do you remember the what was it, the air doctors thing? What was that air doctors thing that used to be on? It was daytime TV. So the only
I
time
remember
I ever watched it was Australian, right?
The Flying
But the
Doctors.
only time I
Really?
watched the Flying Doctors, that was it. The Flying Doctors, man. Remember
I'm gonna
that?
have to
So
look at
it's
that
set in
up.
Australia. Set in Australia, and it's these doctors that had a Cessna plane, like a propeller single prop plane, or
Fly
maybe it was
around
a twin
with
might have been
anti-venom
a
on the
twin
plane.
prop, actually. Yeah, and they'd fly out with their doctors. They'd fly out into the outback and save people, and because yeah, man, whenever I bunked off
children's
school,
TV as well. With it was the Waltzing Matilda was the actual song for it. I can't remember what it was called, but that was Australian. About a car.
Waltzing Matilda, Waltzing Matilda,
We didn't have a lot of stuff like that has anything to do with Australia growing up over here. It's largely until Steve Irwin came along.
We had
and then
Round
and then it
Twist.
kind of got popular.
Do you remember Round the Twist?
Yeah. Have you
Oh,
ever,
mate, I love
ever felt like this? And strange things happen. Oh, are we going round the twist?
Yeah, man. I'm sure I used to fancy the girl on that. I used to have the hots for the sister or something. I'm pretty sure.
We had the Magic School Bus too. I like the Magic and that Captain Planet. The Alf was my favorite. I grew up
Magic School
watching Alf.
What's that? Squirrel?
I think the Red Hand Gang was American, I think. But we had that over here.
Yeah.
Red Hand Gang. That remains memories, aren't
Yeah, that was very early 70s.
Oh yeah, no. That's a little bit before me.
Do you remember that?
That's like me and my friend were talking about gas the other day. He was like, "I remember when gas was 75 cents." I was like, "Dang, bro."
Right. Defenders of the Earth.
Like
I think Defenders of the Earth was 1980s, mid to late 1980s, possibly early 1990s, right? And what is that? Defenders of the Earth. I'm
is that like
sure
He-Man?
they were doing. They would no. The Defenders of the Earth did. I'm sure they did shit about climate change.
Don't remember that.
I'm sure they were.
I know Captain Planet was big on stuff like that and pollution.
Yeah.
They all had a.
Had an agenda.
Battle of the Planet. Remember Battle of the Planets?
Mm-hmm.
Battle of the Planets.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Well, they turned into different birds, didn't they? And they all joined together into the Phoenix.
The Phoenix.
Yeah.
Into the Phoenix.
They all turned into flying spaceships, and then all the spaceships turned into one big spaceship, which was
big spaceship.
Phoenix.
Yeah. Damn.
Right.
It's kind of like Transformers before Transformers.
Wow. Yeah.
But I never even thought about it like that.
So, I remember the other one. What was the one where it turned that had like 4 or 5 parts and it turned into like a robot?
Transformers.
No.
Transformers.
No.
No. You mean that was it with the people? It was like real people that were
the Power Rangers. Power Rangers.
Yeah. No, it was an old one back in the 80s. It used to be only a short little series, but crikey!
There's like an 80s show where they were like
people in the robot machine. They come
and then they would form up together and turn into a robot.
Yes. I remember.
Do you know what it was?
They had people inside them.
Yeah.
The things.
No, he said Power Rangers. It's not Power Rangers.
Didn't they
Voltron?
do that with? Didn't they do that with like Thunderbirds or something?
Yeah, but I can't say it was around the
It
same
was at
time as
Voltron.
that. No,
Yeah. No, that was a Transformer. Yeah.
no, it's not. It's
No.
not a Transformers. It was before
Just go.
Transformers. Way before Transformers.
Well, way before Transformers would have put it in the 70s, because Transformers originally was the early 80s.
Oh Christ, yeah, it
like
was, wasn't it?
82,
No.
82.
I'm sure. No, I'm sure it was before Transformers. It must have been about the 80s. It must have been for. I'm sure it was.
Must have been like early 80s, end of the 90s, early 80s.
Mhm.
Because like I say,
I'm gonna
that
have to find
Transformers,
out.
I'm sure it was 82, 83. It was at least 83, because when I was 6 years old, that's what I was.
Yeah,
all I wanted
I
at
remember it.
Christmas was fucking Transformers. That's
Yeah.
all I wanted at Christmas. And I remember
Was it
getting.
Transformer?
I
can
remember
see it
my
in my
dad.
mind now.
Dad was always in America on business, so he got me. You couldn't get Megatron. You couldn't get him in England. No toy stores, no Argos, nowhere had Megatron left. And so Dad was in America at Christmas, and he bought Megatron in America and brought it back to me, and I had it at Christmas. I got Megatron at Christmas. I was like, rah, because it turned into a gun, didn't he? Megatron turned into a fucking gun, man. It's so cool.
Yeah.
None of my mates had it. I was the only one on the street that had it.
Cool. Everybody had
fond memories
Optimus
of-
Prime,
remember the
didn't they?
Battlestar Galactica.
Yeah.
Oh, that was my favourite, mate. And I
had,
liked the
I had
remake.
the huge thing that fired out the actual things that fired them out quite far as well.
Yeah.
It was a huge.
Cool.
Yeah, when the
huge
speed as
kind of
they come out,
space.
when they came flying out of Galactica.
Yeah.
And then when all the lights flashing past, and then the cockpits.
Yeah.
The 1980s version, man, was just
Yeah.
brilliant. There was that robot dog, but it was like a
Yeah.
bear, wasn't it? It was
Yeah.
like a robot bear dog thing called.
That's right.
What was it
He
called?
died. He dies.
Oh, yeah.
They killed him off, didn't they?
Yeah.
At one stage.
I'll tell you what, the remake, man, I feel like they really did it. They told the whole story in the remake. They properly
Yeah, they
told
went back.
the whole
They went back, didn't they? And they went in.
Yeah.
But there's
Even
a lot-
though it was set later, they went back in the time with the story, and it's like, well, hang on. So the Cylons are the 13th lost tribe.
Yeah. Exactly.
Basically, they've been recognised as a tribe, and it all went back to the original, the 5 originals. Man, that was good.
Wow.
I didn't
yeah.
at first. I did not like how they'd made Starbuck a girl.
No, that's a bit twisted.
It
At
wasn't.
first.
I got used to it. I did get used to it in the end,
Yeah.
and in a weird way, even though she was quite masculine, and there was something attractive about her. Marks out of 2. I'd have given her 1.
No, exactly. Yeah. Marks that too. Marks that 1.5.
Oh man,
Yeah,
that's so funny.
But face, man.
I guess that is a hard balance to find, that masculine and be feminine at the same. It's difficult.
I don't like.
I gotta
don't
remember the
mind-
mustache.
I don't mind girls that are in touch with their masculine side, but I don't want a girl that's gonna be constantly giving me dead arms and
Oh,
being
no,
about that. I'd be like, you want to fucking give me a dead arm? I'll give you a dead arm.
you don't even want to
And I
know what
don't-
you'd have to be worried about me doing.
I don't want to be like that in a relationship. I don't want to be in a relationship with a girl where I end up hitting her with the full purpose of actually fucking hurting her. She's just giving me a dead arm. Shit. And the thing is, I've had relationships. My relationships have turned into that. Like, I'm still Bayer. Bayer was like that.
As long
She
as
hit me.
as long as you're having
Fucking hurt.
fun. As long as you're having fun, it's the moment when you're not having fun, isn't it? And if the other person can't realise you're not having fun, that's when you've got a problem.
My
You know?
last 3 or 4
Oh.
relationships have been abusive, and I've been the one getting abused physically and
Well, it
verbally,
happens, man.
mentally,
It happens,
emotionally.
and you hold on because you love them,
Mm.
and then you realise why you're loving someone that is doing that.
But the thing is, like, everybody goes on about women getting abused, but there's
Yeah.
a whole bunch of men. There's a
It's not.
whole bunch.
It can be.
There's probably a whole lot
mentally
more
as well as physical as well. You know.
Cause I've been on
No,
both
no,
sides
that's
of this
it.
fence. Yeah.
It's emotional, it's mental, it's fucking physical. It's basically any way they can try and hurt you, they'll try and hurt you.
Yeah.
And like fucking hell, I've had 2 of my girlfriends, my ex-girlfriends, pretty much actually begging me to hit them. Like pushing me and pushing me and pushing me and saying to me, "Go on."
That's how you know, but that's how you know they've never been hit. Like, you know, like they've never been like by a dude, because they would not be saying that dumbass fucking shit.
It's also how you know that they know that you're never going to do it.
Exactly.
It's the only reason they're saying it, because they know that there's no way I'd ever. I mean, I have changed my. If a girl ever punched me in the face, I would punch her in the face back now. Absolutely.
I don't really know. I don't know how to. I don't know. My instinct too would be to respond the same.
If women want equal rights, which they absolutely should have, and they want it to be across the board, which it absolutely should be.
Exactly. Don't be doing that.
To get physical.
I don't know if someone came randomly up to me and smashed me in the face, I'd have to stand back first of all and assess the situation. And find, you know, maybe I'm just about to. I don't know. I don't know what would be happening.
Exactly.
I wouldn't be hit in the face again.
Yeah.
I would assess that situation. You know, I'd see if there are other men involved, if there's a boyfriend, like how many am I going to have to fight off if I do actually pop this girl? You know,
that's always a smart idea. That is always a smart idea. Then again, you never know if it's an altercation between the two, and you jump in. The 2 of them might turn around and jump you too. You got to always worry about that.
More in a relationship. I'm talking more in a relationship behind closed doors in the fucking home.
Yeah, that's different.
Girl,
yeah.
You know, it's like, you want to play like that? Fine, we'll play like that.
Yep.
Because you know, I'm done with this whole fucking. Like I'm a honourable. You know, I believe in the whole fucking. I like the whole Knights of Old, honor and valor and all that, you know, and holding doors open and laying fucking cloaks down for women and all that shit. If that was still going, I'd be well up for that.
Right.
But that's not where we are now. That's not where we are. And women have made it clear, made it absolutely fucking clear that that's not what they want. So, all right.
No, we're crazy.
Equal rights and all that jazz.
Equal rights.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, yeah. But if but equal means equal, so like
that shows you that there's so many people. Most of society is completely incapable of critical thought, because critical thought brings conclusion that, well, actually, hang on a second, 50-50 really does. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. We can't make a noise about this anymore. We can't complain about this anymore. But you know,
it's
like you have to sort it out.
We fucking asked for this, basically.
It's like sports as well, though, isn't it? You can't have equal rights in sports because it's just a physical thing that men can physically stronger than women. So.
But you don't mix. We don't mix the two. Like you don't have MMA fighters. You don't have female versus male MMA fighters. No. That would be
they have done it. They have. What? They have done that. They have done that.
Yeah.
Well, no, that was the first trans. That was the first trans. The first trans man to female MMA.
Exactly.
Did you know about this?
He
Did
did.
you know
agree,
there's been a
mate.
male-female fight?
Rolls the eyes.
First
Yeah.
round.
Yeah. Was it the
But
MMA
it was
fight?
trans. Was it
So
MMA?
he was a US. He was a US Marine.
It's an
But
MMA
I believe he
fight.
was in the
wasn't it?
Rangers. He's an
They
ex-Ranger.
fucking and they took the piss out of it with South
Think
Park.
Fear's still
They did a
watching.
whole
You need to
bloody
ask Caesar if he knows about that.
They did a
There's
whole
that.
episode of it where the guy basically was a piss take of.
It got 20
is it
20
Randy
seconds of
Savage?
air time here on mainstream in the UK.
Yeah, I think it's Randy Savage or whatever. You're the guy. You do what he's talking. He has to talk everything.
That's Randy Savage. That's definitely Randy Savage.
They do that.
With
and
the
he
did
basically-
Slim Jim commercials.
he self-identifies as a woman so that he can enter into the female Olympics and beat his ex-girlfriend in the
Hold
and he
up.
identifies, but he's still got all his bits and he's like,
Hold up.
you know, and he's basically they did it perfectly. It was absolutely perfect, talking about how basically men that have gone through
The wrestler?
puberty and well, no, they
Randy Savage.
they portrayed it as no, they didn't. They portrayed the character as Randy Savage.
Okay.
It wasn't
Okay.
Randy Savage. His name was something else. But
I was like,
I'll tell
I'm
you
so
what,
glad I didn't call my
that-
mom yet. My mom would have had a heart attack.
doing that, right? Tensing up like that has actually just given me a fucking really bad headache in the back of my head.
Oh, no way.
Infinitely.
Oh dear.
That's really weird. Crypto Alchemist, how you doing, Bernie?
Hey,
Oh, we were just talking about it earlier. About uranium. That's when I mentioned
Shit.
burn.
I've just seen the time. It's 2:15 in the morning.
Oh, crap.
I was gonna say it's gotta be late for you because it's like 9 here.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's past your bedtime. I think we'll do this again tomorrow, yeah. We should do this
good,
again
man.
tomorrow. Since you're
Yeah, we
back
can do
now.
this.
You were catching up to do, weren't you, Em?
Take a nap. Yeah, I know. I know. I was just and then Sarah was like, "It's okay, Emma." I was like, I don't think you guys understand because like if I don't hear from him at least like every other day or something like that, because I'm always just like, "What do you think about this? What do you think about this?" Let me just flood you with annoying stuff because that's what I do. And then I just spread the information to all my friends, and they go, "I'm that one in the group that's always the conspiracy theorist, by the way." And they'll go,
me. Yeah.
"Are you sure? Are you sure?" I'm like, "Trust me, y'all. Why do you think I'm like never around? I'm always doing this whole other thing where I'm like actually paying attention outside in the real world. Like, you should try it sometime."
Exactly.
Funny, I have
Yeah.
one friend I speak every 5 years, and he still asks me if I still believe in these conspiracies.
Oh,
I said, well, funny enough, you know, I do. So do you think this might be worth looking into by now? You know, this is the 4th time now you've said in 20 years now, you know, but still, yet,
Just
you know, it's still not worth looking into.
What-
It's not worth looking into.
It's all they've got to do is have
It's
a
been 20
little
years now, mate, you know.
Oh.
It's been 20 years. 20 years. 20 fucking
That's
years.
what I do with my daughter. I will randomly message her probably some of the stuff that she's just been sitting around eating going, "My mom is so freaking weird," and just puts the phone back down. And I'll be like, "I'm sorry. I know this is really random and completely like bizarre in nature, but I feel like you really need to know this. And I don't really know why, but in the future, you'll thank me. You're welcome." And then go back to sleep. And then she'll message me at 3 a.m. and I'm like, "Okay, Emma, it is your daughter. You can't really say anything. It is your daughter." Of course she's messaging you at 3 a.m.
I'm just going to take the dogs out. I don't have any data, so I can't take my phone with me. I'm going to leave the camera on.
Watch
I'm going
that.
to mute. I'm going to mute
the
my
door.
microphone. I'm going to. Yeah, there's the door there. Just keep your eye on the door, and if anybody comes in, just say, "Oi,
We'll scream at them.
we can see you," and you're being streamed live on YouTube, you little fucker. Yeah.
No worries.
And you
I'll
can't
keep an eye.
erase it.
I'll be back in like 10 minutes, all right?
And listen, I've got to go, Rich. I've got to be up
All
in
right,
4
no
hours.
worries.
So
No worries,
No
Squirrel.
worries.
another day's work. I'll catch you
Much
on
love.
the other side.
Ta-ra,
Have a good
Catch you
one.
on the other side.
Cheers, boys
Good night.
and girls.
Good night.
I'm going to mute up and I'll see you in about
Mute
10
it.
minutes.
Okay, brother.
We'll just watch it.
And listen, I'll be honest. I'm probably going to want to wrap up pretty soon after that. Like,
Well, no
Well, I
worries.
mean, if you want to, we can wrap
you
it
want
now.
to wrap it up now if you want, bro.
I
Yeah,
mean,
we can wrap it
we
now.
can wrap it up. Yeah,
You can wrap it now
wrap
because
up
I'm gonna
now.
go eat. Yeah,
Yeah.
All right.
yeah. That way you
All
can
right, well-
sleep afterwards.
Massive shout out to the chat room. Big love to you,
Mhm.
everybody.
Thanks for being here.
All right, thank
Thanks
you.
for
Thanks
having
for
me.
being here.
Thank you
Be
for
back
having
again
me.
tomorrow.
It's good to chat.
Be back
Yes.
again tomorrow. And
Coffee.
I just want to play this just before we go anywhere. Just want to play
What you
this.
just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard. At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it. I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul.
You know what makes me sad? You do! Maybe we should chug on over to Mamby-Pamby land where maybe we can find some self-confidence for you, you jackwagon!
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard.
Oh my god.
That is brilliant.
Especially Arlie
I
Ermy.
did
He
love it,
is
man.
hilarious. He's hilarious. That was funny though. I feel like people think that about me. They just don't never say it out loud sometimes. And I just walk up like, yeah.
Oh, I like it, man.
That's awesome. Thank you, Rich.
So-
That made my day.
You're right, Rich. Even in pain as
Yeah.
well. You look
Nah,
it.
no. Well, it's not as bad. Like, it's easing off. It is actually easing off now. But I swear to God, it felt for a second like it was gonna.
It might be EMA.
I can still feel it. It's weird. It's like this massive pressure build up in the back of my head, and it's when I did that, and I was pretending to be fucking Randy Savage. How does the guy not give himself a fucking brain aneurysm every time he speaks?
That's what I said. His veins already look like they're about to
stretch that
burst
out,
right
dude.
out of his freaking skull.
Yeah, you need to stretch that out, but it looks a bit rich.
Yeah, I'm gonna. That's it. On the while I'm walking the dogs, I'm gonna
Just walk it up.
have a good old stretch. I'm
Mm.
just gonna.
That sounds
We're
good.
gonna play out. We're gonna play out with this.
Do that. Good night, guys.
Hang
Take
on.
care, all. Bye, Em.
Bye bye. Bye bye.
Hang on. Right, yeah. Thank you very much, peeps. Much love. I'll see you all tomorrow.